It is loading. And we are live.
Okay, great, thank you. Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting of the General Law Committee public hearing, February 22nd, to order. I'll start. Do the rankings have anything they want to say before we get to the public? Senator Witkos?
Ready to proceed, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Representative Ritigliano?
Same here, Senator.
Okay, and just a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes. Well, we start with public officials. After that, we will go to the general public. There's 3 minutes, and the clerk will be keeping the time. Again, that starts with the general public, the 3 minutes. So we're going to start. The first up is Commissioner Siegel.
She's being moved into panelists now.
Okay.
Should be on now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Made it over. Yes, good morning, Senator Maroney, Senator Witkos, Representative D'Agostino, Representative Ritigliano, and other members of the General Law Committee. I'm Michelle Siegel, the Commissioner for the Department of Consumer Protection. I want to thank you for providing me the opportunity to testify today regarding several of the bills on your agenda for the hearing. You should have hopefully my written testimony in support of House Bills 5149, 5150, and 5151. These were requested by DCP, and we appreciate you considering them. In large part, those bills are intended to modernize or clarify a number of the statutes under DCP's jurisdiction. You certainly have my testimony on the details, which I won't repeat. We've also provided some testimony on a couple other bills that are on the agenda, specifically HB 5146 and Senate Bill 121. Both of these would require additional work from DCP, and so we did want to flag for the committee that they would require additional resources. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have on the bills or our testimony.
I see Representative Ackert has his hand raised. So Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I didn't think I'd get to go first. So, but Commissioner, thanks for being here. Just a couple questions on some of your testimony that you've provided. I appreciate that. Couple bills. I'll start with 5151. Primarily section 1 that on this bill that starts out as new, and that's the invoicing that a contractor has to now have when they invoice a consumer. Was there a genesis of it's pretty elaborate, but as being in the contracting field and known many and have received many bills from contractors, that this is pretty comprehensive as to what is on the bill, including what technician was there, their license number, things like that. And if that is not on the bill and you get a complaint by a consumer, what is the position? What does your office take under the process? What goes on with that? Is the contractor not paid for the invoice? Is he fined or she fined because they don't have the information? And what is the process with that? Thank you.
And I apologize. I think I somehow either froze or got kicked out and re-entered. So unfortunately, I missed the question. It seemed to be.
I'll make it shorter. How's that? So the section 1 deals with invoicing, and it's very elaborate what has to be on the invoice for a private residence. And if this information is not on the invoice, let's say I send an invoice out, a contractor sends an invoice out, all this information is not on the invoice. The consumer calls you and says, well, I got this invoice, but it didn't have all of this. What is the process? That's what I'm trying to understand. What would happen? Is there a fine to the contractor, or they're not obligated to have to be paid on that invoice?
It would really vary depending on the the situation. Typically, this comes up. We have sort of a lot of requirements in the home improvement arena, and usually the issue comes up where there's a complaint about the underlying work that was done, and the requirements here. So we have sort of the information we would need to conduct an investigation, or some of them are disclosures that are intended to protect consumers from the types of problems we see. So one possibility, we usually start, especially this is a new area of law, and trying to educate businesses. These are the requirements. So a lot would depend on the nature. What was missing? Was there a good faith effort to try to do it right? Have we had problems before? And was the problem that they left off information that its entire purpose was to prevent the type of underlying complaint we received? It's highly unusual. I'm not aware of any instance where we've gotten a complaint just because the contract itself didn't have everything. That's usually kind of comes to our attention as we're looking at a larger issue.
Thank you. And then it aligns with the contracting bill that was worked on last year. The contract, it aligns with that language, it looks like, which makes sense. And then I have two other questions, Mr. Chair, so then I'll be done with questioning, I believe. 5146, the supermarkets. Our supermarkets during this pandemic were huge in supporting. I can't tell you, I actually helped bring the food from the supermarket. I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying, and brought it to veterans camps and things like that, because they were so supportive of this during the pandemic. Is there anywhere else that we mandate a business to donate? Because that's what it says in here, that we are actually requiring them to donate to food shares if they have the product that is there. Can't understand any other legislation that's out there that we actually have a business that's required to provide something. Normally we give them, they can't get in trouble for donating something. Now here's this one kind of specifies, very stringent on one of the lines that says that they were required to, through you, Mr. Chairman.
So I'm not aware of any other bill. This was certainly not a DCP proposal. As you indicated, I think there is a very good relationship with food share and supermarkets facilitating this. So we just wanted to flag that certainly if you wanted DCP as part of that relationship, we would need some resources to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Ms. And final question in 5150. Credit card sales. So being paid, is it, and I tried to go through the bill, and I'm just going to try to be pretty blunt with this one. Can a business charge a fee for a customer to use a credit card?
So they can't do a surcharge. What they can offer is a cash discount. And that's sort of always been built into the law. There's a lot of confusion because over time, legislatively, some carve-outs have been made for municipalities, other government functions. So we want to make that clearer. We also want to make clearer for consumers at the time they're making the transaction when the cash discount is available. So, but so the surcharge is not allowed, although discounts are.
So yeah, that's a concern, because I know that I can pay my taxes, but they were able to charge a fee on that. But it's been my understanding that this seems to be wrong, that a person can put a 2% charge, say, on top of the fee if they're going to use the credit card, because that's in lines with what a retailer would be charged by the credit card company. So what they would have to do, so I guess to offset, that's because I guess it's expensive doing business and taking a credit card, that you're going to lose 2 to 2.5% on the sale, essentially overall, unless you increase the price of that product. That makes sense?
Right. So the price would incorporate your true cost, which would include everything that's built into the cost, including possibly a fee if you're accepting credit cards. And you can offer them discounts, but you can't surcharge on top of what your standard price is.
Okay, and does that go with gas stations?
Yeah, and there's a special sort of requirement on gas stations to sort of advertise what the credit card and the cash price would be.
They do. Yeah, they do. So
Yeah, so you'll probably notice that in a lot of places where they, and some will tell you it's the same price for both, but some will say, here's, for regular, here's your credit card price and here's your cash price. And what, important for us in clarifying this is we want people to be aware, there are the carve outs as you talked about for tax bills. So we want to make that kind of clear because they're sort of scattered around in other statutes. And then also we want to make sure that consumers have the information up front as to what the price is going to be.
thank you. And so that piece is that, so if I gave a quote to somebody or a consumer, somebody gave a price on something that says, so besides gas stations, your, I don't know, your lawnmower price, if I buy this lawnmower, it's this amount if I use a credit card, and then it's this amount if you pay by cash. They could do that.
Yeah, you would have to sort of have your base price, but then you could let people know of the cash discount.
Thank you very much. Those are the questions I have on today's list, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Ackert. I believe Representative Winkler had his hand raised, followed by Representative Retigliano.
Yes, and thank you for that clarification to Representative Ackert's questions. But can you see that from a consumer point of view, the difference between a cash discount and a credit card surcharge is indistinguishable?
Yes. This is just how the law is written, and it gets complicated. It gets into, their First Amendment issues come into play at some point when you create limits on how businesses can advertise their pricing.
Thank you. To 5146, which you mentioned, there's a clause in there around line 18, which says there is established a supermarket food donation program, which the Commissioner of Consumer Protection shall administer and implement within available appropriations. Based on what you said, you're saying that part of the bill is not possible?
Yeah, we just don't have staff that is idle right now, kind of not doing anything. So as a practical matter, it's not something we can't just create this program. And I'm not sure I fully understand the role for DCP to play in getting in the middle of supermarkets and food share. But if you wanted us to, we do lack the resources to do anything there.
And I am sorry. I was bounced off and didn't hear your response. Would you mind summarizing? I am sorry.
No problem. Happens to the best of us. So yeah, right now we just don't have resources that are idle or that are sitting around to create this program. I believe there is a fairly well working system of supermarkets and food share cooperating. So I'm not fully aware of the role DCP would play in this, but certainly we don't have sort of existing resources that we could then put in place to implement this. So we did want to make sure people were aware if it's within existing resources, there aren't any. So we wouldn't really be able to stand this up and possibly without resources in the way the bill envisions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Retigliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. Just a quick follow-up. My understanding of the food donation program, you tell me if I'm reading it incorrectly, I thought it was a liability issue. I thought we were sort of going to hold the supermarkets. I thought the intent was to hold the supermarket harmless from any liability about the food they do donate. Am I reading the bill incorrectly?
I think that's in there. And again, this was not a bill DCP wrote. So I can't speak to the intent of the drafters, but it also does create a role for DCP in the program. And that's really what we were weighing in on.
Understood. So if we're going to get testimony shortly from the advocates for this bill, if there was a way where DCP wasn't involved in the administering of the program and people just allowed to donate food any way they choose, would your opposition or concern over it just go away?
Yeah, our concern, and we're happy to work with proponents, our concern is about the part that places DCP in the middle of administering this. And we did, certainly we don't want to stop encouraging people or donate
Understood.
food. So yeah, it's more about understanding the extent to which you create a program where that DCP needs to administer. If it's going to be done properly, we would need resources, or it needs to be working without us in the middle.
And just a quick question on the credit card, on the surcharge bill. My understanding is, you can tell me from right now, we do that. The gas stations per se are allowed to do the credit price and then a discount for cash. My understanding is that the bill contemplates allowing businesses to put surcharges on the check as long as there's disclosure. That could either be for the credit card fee, which some businesses may choose to do it, some may not, but also maybe for other things. We'll take a restaurant, for example. There's a fee for the to-go containers, or a fee with disclosure. A business could put any fee they wanted on the check. Is that what we're going to, or are we just really specifically talking about credit cards and cash discounts?
It's still, the surcharge is going to be prohibited, and that's current law. So
Right.
that would remain in place. So there's just clarity about who can do a surcharge, because so there's some confusion around that, and there are carve-outs in different places. And then sort of where the notice about a cash discount, at what point in time it needs to be made to consumers, depending on the sort of the nature of the transaction. If it's an online transaction.
This one just focuses on cash discounts, not the ability for a business to charge a surcharge.
Yeah, the surcharge is still prohibited. I mean, it can be a discount for other things too. Some places may offer a discount if you pay by check, or if you pay by debit. It can be different ways. We just want there to be kind of clarity for the consumer as to how that discount works. And then the law has always prohibited the surcharge, and that does not change under this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other questions for the commissioner? Okay, seeing none, Commissioner, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, I believe next is Representative Fiorello.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe she will be ceding her time to a constituent. So if you could admit them both.
Okay. Will do. Representative Fiorello is coming in now.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Maroney and Representative D'Agostino, and Ranking Members Senator Woodcoast and Representative Retigliano, and other distinguished members of the General Law Committee. Thank you so much for raising HB 5146, the supermarket food donation program, for this public hearing. I am State Representative Kimberly Fiorello from the 149th, covering Greenwich and Stamford. And I'm thrilled that later this morning, you're going to hear from my constituent Beth Barr and her daughter, Fifi Fernandez, as well as Mike Siegel, whose granddaughter is a friend of my daughter's. I have submitted written testimony in support, especially lines 112 to 27, which add the language for added liability protection for civil damages and criminal penalties for any supermarket that is a part of the donation program. But right now, I would like to cede my time so you can hear directly from Mr. Jason Jakubowski, the president and CEO of the newly merged CT Food Bank and CT Food Share. Mr. Jakubowski oversees 110 employees and more than 8,000 volunteers that work to alleviate hunger in our state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
All right. Am I on?
Yes, you're all set. Please proceed, Mr. Jakubowski.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very much appreciate you and the members of the committee, and Representative Fiorello. Thank you very much for ceding your time and for working on this bill. You know, there's always a lot of skepticism and consternation about government these days, and the ability of people not to do things in bipartisan manners. And the manner in which many of the legislators, including Representative Fiorello and Representative Borer, have worked on this shows that there is still a strong will in this state and this country for bipartisan leadership. So we appreciate that. As the representative said, Jason Jakubowski, I'm the president and CEO of Connecticut Food Share. We are the official Feeding America food bank serving the entire state of Connecticut. There used to be Food Share, there used to be Connecticut Food Bank, and about a year ago we merged into one, and we are now serving all 169 towns here in Connecticut. I'm pleased to submit this testimony on House Bill 5146, the act establishing a supermarket food donation program. First and foremost, thank you for considering this bill. It is very well intentioned and it aims to find a solution to an issue I think we all hope to address fully here in Connecticut, which is food insecurity. One of the things that I mention often is food insecurity is not something that is relegated to any one area of the state or any one particular town. I can tell you we serve at least one family in all 169 towns in Connecticut. That is a reality. Sometimes it's not a reality we like to acknowledge or necessarily embrace, but it is accurate. There is no community immune to food insecurity. It's our hope that through the markup process, we can work with you and with other stakeholders on this bill, including the Connecticut Food Association, the Connecticut Food Policy Council, the Connecticut Food System Alliance, the Department of Agriculture, in order to help make improvements to not only this bill, but also the food donation process as a whole. As has been mentioned several times here today by numerous representatives, Connecticut Food Share does have an incredibly strong partnership with both the Connecticut Food Association and the supermarkets that serve the state of Connecticut, and that was only strengthened during COVID. Most of those relationships, they're established contractually at the national level between Feeding America and the parent company of those supermarkets. Last year, the Connecticut grocery industry donated 10 million pounds, or the equivalent of about 20 million meals, to Connecticut Food Share, which we were then able to redistribute to our network of more than 500 partners across the state of Connecticut, including local food pantries, soup kitchens, shelters, etc. This amount included 3 million pounds of perishable product. One of the things I want to make sure that we flag in this discussion is that, like all of our food donors, food safety is always our number one concern. And any of you who have ever volunteered in our facilities, who have ever been a part of the food sortation effort, is aware of that. Connecticut Food Share's large warehouses and vehicles are equipped for safe food handling and distribution in line with USDA regulations. We also ensure that our partners meet those same standards. And this is very important, we definitely do not distribute perishable product to organizations that cannot comply with food storage and cold chain safety standards. As I often say to our staff, we're not distributing pens, we're distributing food. And everybody is entitled to have safe food. And that's one of the major themes that we want to discuss when discussing this bill. These practices are in place to ensure that our community members struggling with food insecurity only receive product that is safe for them to consume. I can tell you we are audited by Feeding America. We are overseen by numerous different regulatory entities at a national and a state level. To ensure that the food product that we have is of the highest quality, and that we're giving it to places that have the refrigeration to be able to store perishable product, including produce, dairy, and meat. Again, I want to thank you very much for your time and for your consideration. Our entire team here at Connecticut Food Share looks forward to being an active part of the conversation as you all mark up this bill and consider this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Jakubowski, for your testimony and for all that you do for the residents of Connecticut.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions? I guess I don't see any questions for you.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Senator Whitco. Sorry, I apologize.
Thanks. I was looking for the raise hand thing. I kind of wanted to ask the question that Representative Ackert had asked previously about a section in the bill that makes it a mandate or a requirement that grocery stores participate. In your experience, Jason, have you found, you guys do a great job over there. I've volunteered before at Food Share many times, that you don't have the commodities coming in, and that's why you're looking for that language. Would you be willing to speak to having that requirement taken out that they must make the donation?
Yeah, and first of all, I can confirm for all of you that Senator Whitcoast has indeed volunteered many hours over at our facility in Bloomfield, sorting all sorts of stuff. So we appreciate your support as always, Senator. Yeah, to me, I think the more important part of the bill is the liability piece. I can tell you that in 5 years, the 5 years that I've been doing this, we have never had a problem with any of the supermarkets here in the state of Connecticut in terms of food donation. I have always found them to be very willing and able to donate product. We have sometimes our volunteers go out to the stores, rescue the product, and instead of even bringing it back here, they'd bring it directly to our pantries, as long as the pantries have the safe capacity. I would even give you this anecdote, is that, in typical times, about 75% of the food that we distribute is donated to us from the Connecticut grocery industry. So in March of 2020, when the world changed on a dime, that went from 75% to zero overnight. Obviously, grocery stores were having a hard enough time keeping the product on their shelves. They didn't have as much to donate. Instead of turning their backs on us and saying, "Hey, sorry, we've got nothing for you," they made very large donations to Connecticut Food Share, and allowed us to be able to purchase food, since they knew that we were going to be we were going to have to purchase food at clips that we had never purchased before. So the mandate piece is less of interest to us than the liability piece, because that is definitely we want to do everything we can to encourage grocery stores and supermarkets to donate whatever they can to us and to nonprofit partners.
Thanks, Jason. I just wanted to get that on the record, because I think the bill is important. I think that was one flaw in the bill, which we can address if we move the bill out of committee. But I just wanted to make sure that as a recipient of the goods, that you're okay with removing that. But the most important thing is the liability piece. I agree. So thank you much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Clerk, next up, I believe, is Representative Aurora.
All right, Representative Aurora is coming in now, and I believe he also wanted to give his time to somebody. He might bring it up when he comes in.
Okay, great.
Yes, can you see me and hear me?
Yes, Representative Aurora, thank you. And I believe you would like to cede your time to a constituent?
Yes, Mr. Siegel, yes.
Mr. Siegel.
Mike Siegel, correct?
Mike, if you would please also allow him to enter.
Sure thing.
Just a quick remark, honorable co-chairs, ranking members, and esteemed members of the committee. Good morning. I'm State Rep from 151st District, speaking in support of HB 5146. This is one of the few bills which have all upside, no downside. This increases food availability for our nonprofits by removing liability. And I think the mandate part is exactly something which has to be worked out in a markup. The concept was suggested by our good friend, Mike Siegel, who is a retired partner from one of the best law firms and who also represented US in the Commission of the United Nations. I will cede the balance of my time to him. He's an expert and qualified on the subject. I encourage members to ask him any and all questions on this concept. Thank you. And Mike, I'll cede my time to Mike.
Great. Thank you, Representative Aurora. Mr. Siegel? Mr. Clerk, is he in the room?
Yes, he is.
Okay, yep, it looks like he's unmuted now.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Chairman, honorable ranking members, and honorable members of the General Law Committee. My name is Mike Siegel. I'm the author of the bill that was passed in New York in 2020, which addresses the problem of supermarkets throwing away edible food while kids, seniors, and other Americans go hungry. In the county where I live, Westchester County in New York, the food bank serves about 8 million meals a year. They have the need, they could double that. If they had enough food, they could serve 16 million meals a year. Under the program which New York adopted in 2020, supermarkets make excess food, which is edible, available to organizations which provide food for free to the needy. This is food which the supermarket has decided in the normal course of its business operations to discard and is otherwise being carted away for disposal in landfills. Supermarkets, as most of you probably know, on a daily basis, call their shelves of food which don't meet their cosmetic standards or which are reaching their best by date. This is not waste food. This food is still edible. In the United States, there's an estimated 16 billion, that's with a B, 16 billion pounds of edible food thrown away annually by supermarkets, while an estimated 50 million Americans, including 16 million children, go hungry every day. At the same time, we are using fossil fuels to transport this food to solid waste landfills, where this waste decomposes and creates environmentally harmful gases. What we did in New York was to increase the availability of supply of edible food to organizations which feed the needy. And it does so simply. There's no redesign of the existing system of food distribution to the needy. This system works well. There's just not enough food sources. There's no need for government regulations. We don't, in the bill in New York, we don't have, or the law in New York, we don't have any government regulations provided for. The system works well. There's no need for the government to get involved. It's simply a matter of making more food available into the people that do this good work. There's no governmental enforcement cost for this enabling legislation, and there's no new cost to supermarkets, and supermarkets may even save some money by not having to pay to have the food they're throwing away being carted to a landfill because it's picked up by food banks or religious organizations. Importantly, the Act provides for a safe harbor for supermarkets against lawsuits to be fair to the supermarkets and so as not to create a 1-800 stomachache industry. In New York, the law says the edible food is made available not only to food banks, but also to religious organizations, as they too play a significant part in the distribution of food to the needy. The law was passed overwhelmingly in New York. In the assembly, it was like, I think, 136-2 or something like that. During the legislative process, no one expressed any opposition to the law. No problems have arisen in New York since its adoption. A couple of local churches or not-for-profits have run across the situation that some local supermarket manager has not heard of the program. And as soon as the food organization or a local legislator calls up and informs the supermarket manager, the situation gets cleared up and food starts flowing in a day or two. I, of course, would be pleased to answer any questions members of the committee have. I hope the General Law Committee will recommend Bill 5146 to the General Assembly for passage. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. I believe Representative Retigliano has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Siegel. You may have answered a couple of questions right there at the end of your testimony. I just wanted to ask you a quick question about the New York law. Does New York law include any mandates for donation at all?
Yes, what it says is when the supermarket decides in the course of its own business operations to dispose of edible food, they have to make it available to any food bank or any religious organization that's requested in writing to have access to the food. They don't have to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You're saying that the supermarket can't decide on its own to throw it away? They must consult with a nonprofit entity?
No, Representative, no. They are not required to consult with anybody. It's only if the food bank or the religious organization has sent them a letter saying, we would like to pick up your excess edible food. They're not required. They can, if no one asks for it, they can throw it away. The three situations that could happen. That is, they can, they haven't heard from anybody, they can throw it away. Someone says, we'd like to pick up your food, then they can enter into arrangements to have the food picked up. And the bills provide in New York, in the same bill and same languages in the Connecticut bill, that the supermarkets can set the rules as to how they pick it up, so there's no interference with the business of the supermarket. And the third alternative is, of course, that, and about half the supermarkets do this, at least in New York, they voluntarily make the donations. It's simply the experience in New York is that those that voluntarily give are not supplying enough food that the food banks and the religious organizations need.
Have there been any civil actions whatsoever towards, have there been incidents where somebody got sick or there was a problem with the food that was being donated or reused by your organization in New York?
No.
And is this only prepared food, like stuff that's in a box or a can or a container, or does it also include like fresh product and meats and cheeses and whatnot?
I mean, cheese, yes. No, we in New York, we didn't have the perishables. We did not deal with things that like milk or fresh meat that were perishable. We did not include that. Now, what you've heard from the Connecticut Food Bank is absolutely true. The system of safety that is built into the system is very layered. Because no one in the food industry is trying to pass on bad food to the people they're trying to help. So there's a lot of safeguards built in the system, but we did not at the beginning put in perishables.
Understood. So I just have one last question. I guess it'll be what I think is the toughest question, but if there's an unfortunate incident, somebody gets sick, ate your food, the food that you provided them, where does that person go? Who's liable for that incident? Let's use New York as an example because that's the one you put forward.
Sure. If someone gets sick from the food, well, that hasn't happened, but to take the hypothetical that if it was happened, in New York, you could not sue the supermarket unless the supermarket was grossly negligent or willfully had done willful misconduct. The representative, the history of this bill comes from France. France has had this bill for several years. I met with the legislature in the French Parliament that wrote the bill. When he was a young law student, could only afford one meal a day, he tried to get food from supermarkets. You know what they did? They put bleach on it so that people would not come, because in the back of the supermarkets where they get the food, the big where those big trucks come in to deliver the food. You got the back of any supermarket, there's huge loading docks. That's how they get the food in. Well, he went to try to get some food that they were throwing away. They put bleach on it. So unless a supermarket does something like that, there is no liability. And we don't really know, Representative, of any case that anyone has had a problem with the food. I mean, so I can't give you 100% answer to your hypothetical, but it has not. We've had it for a year. It hasn't arisen. And as far as I know, they haven't had a problem with this in France.
Well, thank you for your answers. And, I really do agree with the program. I wanted to let you know, and I appreciate you coming here and making us aware of it.
But thank you for giving me the opportunity, Representative.
Great. Thank you, Representative Retigliano. Are there any further questions? If not, Representative Aurora and Mr. Siegel, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, I believe next is Mayor Caroline Simmons, former representative.
So I don't believe Mayor Simmons is in right now. So do we just want to move to the next person and then we can just add her when she comes in?
Yes, let's go to Representative Boer next.
Okay, she's coming in now.
Good morning, Representative
Hi,
Boer.
how are you? You ready for me?
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay, sure. So, good morning, everyone, and thank you to the leaders and the members of the General Law Committee for allowing me to testify today on Bill 5146, an act establishing a supermarket food donation program. And I think I can help answer some of the questions I've heard this morning as to the origin of the bill, as I'm one of the sponsors that submitted it for consideration. I'm just going to start off with two statistics that I want everybody to digest. The first is that the volume of food waste in Connecticut's waste stream, which is 500,000 tons per year, which makes up 23% of our waste stream. And then the second point I want to make is that Connecticut's food insecurity rate is 12%. So 12% of our population, that's pre-COVID rate, suffers from food insecurity. So the purpose of this bill is to help bridge that gap. And I just want to make sure one clarification in that when I refer to food resourcing, I'm not referring to food scraps. So some of the food in our waste cannot be resourced. It truly is food scraps. And we had worked in Environment Committee to divert food scraps to anaerobic digestive facilities to promote, to produce energy. But the FDA hierarchy says that when food can be resourced, it should go in the order of people, animals, and then energy. So this is truly resourceable food. So how do we start to address this and ensure that the food can be resourced? I've had the opportunity to meet with the Supermarket Association. I've met with Connecticut's Food Share Organization, the Big Box Association, and more importantly, a lot of the local community groups that connect people most in need in the neighborhoods to food resources. And based on all those discussions, I think everyone can agree that on a macro level, we have a good system in place. Major supermarkets are donating a good percentage of food to our regional food banks that get out there in the community. But everyone also agreed in those discussions that there are gaps in connecting food to local communities. And we discovered that is for a few reasons. One, not all supermarket chains donate. Number two, for those large chains that do donate, not all stores within those chains donate. So we want to put more formality around the process because I believe any supermarket has a social responsibility to support those in need when possible. So ideally, we'd like to see a requirement that all supermarkets create and adopt a food donation policy. And some of the criteria in that policy would include efforts to form partnerships with reputable community organizations for food donations. Two, taking a second look at what is being donated, because some supermarkets are donating breads and cakes, which are very nice, but the USDA's definition of food insecurity refers to lack of access to food for active, healthy lifestyle through nutritional adequate foods. We'd also like to see education of the employees who work at a supermarket regarding sustainability and the importance of food resourcing. Potentially hold a session, one per year, for the public to talk about how to read food labels, to educate those on food waste, and to look to adopt a record keeping system. So eventually there can be a food audit, because that's what they're leaning towards in other states. So these are just some suggestions. And while we need, I think, as a state to take a comprehensive look at food resourcing, with ultimately a goal for zero food waste, I think these policies will begin to get the supermarkets more organized. For those already doing this, then the effort should not be a heavy lift. And for those who aren't, I think it's time that they do and they participate in their community. So I'm happy to answer. I've heard a couple of different questions, and I'm happy to answer some of those for you.
Does anyone have any questions for Representative Boer? If not, I do have a few, but let me see if anyone else has a question. Okay, Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and great to see you, Representative Boer. Appreciate it. Appreciate your input. Now, you did mention the food waste component. Now, is the food waste component that you're talking about? And granted, most of us throw away too much food. Period. So when you say that's in the stream, is this food that you mentioned in the stream? And I know that, listen, I know grocery stores don't want to pay more for their waste. So they have to get rid of their waste. They have to pay to get rid of that. Whether it's tipping fees, whatever it may be, they have to pay to get rid of it. So they don't want to throw away as much stuff as I think what the waste stream. Do you have a breakdown of where that number was? Is it from restaurants to that number is pretty big number, but is it, and there's nothing we can do about restaurants or cafeterias that are throwing substantial amount of food away, as opposed to where a grocery store may be throwing away a food that we could repurpose.
Yeah, so I don't have that breakdown, but I know that DEEP does, because DEEP is responsible for addressing our trash, our waste system. Where it comes from and how we address it. We know that food is very wet, very heavy, and very expensive. The breakdown between restaurants versus supermarkets versus consumers, I know that they have that because they have been studying that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that you have that information, or I can get it from DEEP. So that's great. And then the second concern that I have, and I apologize, I have to have a phone ringing behind me. Hopefully somebody answers it quickly. But the second question is, listen, we agree that it's good stewardship of anybody to donate. Anybody make a donation. I as my little business, I like to help in different areas. But to actually put it in language that a business needs to donate is quite different than any legislation that we've had. We understand having them, not have the liability if they do donate. I think that's so far. Section 2 on in this bill, I think is fantastic. The first section that creates a cumbersome for Department of Consumer Protection and their role. And also mandates to a supermarket, a grocery store, seems to be a little bit of a reach to me. And I'd love to know your thoughts on that. And go ahead.
Yeah, so a bill is always a work in progress, right? So ideally, I think we start with requiring a social responsibility policy by our supermarkets. And if you think about it, we do require end product responsibility on other products, right? So we have product stewardship. If you produce paint, you have a responsibility for figuring out how we dispose of paint. If you produce tires, we're working on bills that require you have an end responsibility of determining how we dispose of those tires. I don't know that food needs to be that different, right? Telling them how to donate is complicated, to your point, but asking them to create a policy and forcing them to think about it. And I heard you earlier say that you donated food during the pandemic. I did as well, right? For local organizations. Sometimes you get to a supermarket and they're ready and they have everything ready to go and they know their organizations. sometimes you get, maybe the produce manager's not in a good mood that day. There's nothing, the employees, don't understand what's going on. I think everybody who works in the food industry should be educated on the importance of food sustainability and, just put more formality around it. There are supermarkets who are doing this, shouldn't be a problem for them. Those who aren't really need to, I think, step up to the plate.
Well, I thank you for your input and thank you for testifying. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Representative Ackert. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Representative Bohr. And I just wanted to go back to some of your comments about the supermarket chains having to create a social responsibility policy. And my concern, and it relates to the mandated element of this, we have seen our businesses throughout the state struggling during the pandemic. I mean, supermarkets were essential, had to remain open. I mean, there were obviously discussions about, paying those essential workers. And I am only too well aware of the food insecurity that goes on in this state. I mean, in my district, which, theoretically you would not, so, everybody's fine. The demand from our local food banks went through the roof. So I agree this is a problem that needs to be addressed, but I have real concern about mandating an approach for, it's a big chain, whatever, but these chains are manned by human beings. And if you, as the produce manager or whatever, you now have a third of the staff you need, you have people with higher demands. There is a way forward to, I think, incentivize this without mandating it and without making it that much harder to keep your business running. So I just want to, I don't really have a question, but I think, as you say, this is a work in progress. I think we so often, to achieve the goal, forget that we're relying on human beings, businesses, whatever, who don't have unlimited resources, who are in many cases really working very hard just to keep their doors open, to make sure their shelves are stocked, to make sure that they have the employees. So as I say, worthy goal, but I think we have to bear in mind that, let's let it play out in a way that is going to be welcomed and sustainable. So thank you very much for bringing this to our attention.
Thanks so much. And if I could just add, when we're talking about supermarkets, I understand your concern about small businesses. Supermarket actually has a definition in statute, a certain square feet of food retail. So we are talking about the larger organizations, the Walmart, the Target, the Stop and Shop, the Big Y, not necessarily the small mom and pop grocers, not adding an extra burden to them. And also, if they think about it, it actually saves them money because, to Representative Ackert's point, they pay to dispose a lot of this food, and it is very, very costly. Being able to transport food that's can be resourced to a community organization will actually save them money.
Quickly, I don't know, I put my hand up. May I ask another question? So when the donations take place, is it the responsibility of the food share organization to collect this? Is it the responsibility of the supermarket? Do we dictate how it has to be parcels and packaged? Or just drilling down a bit deeper into this?
Yeah, so just a note on the food share organization, which I've met with them. And again, they have a good system, but they're regional. So the issue is that the food going from the supermarket to the food share isn't the perishable food, because by the time it gets to the regional, back to the community, back to the organizations, the food is spoiled. So it's that food that is not going to the regional food bank that can go to the local organizations. And, we can figure out what that policy will look like. We can help them. We're just asking them to create a policy, right? We have a corporate responsibility policy that, yes, we will donate. We will donate a certain percent. We will donate to 4 organizations in our community. We just want to force them, those who aren't, to think about how they could better help their community partners.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Bohr. believe you had answered one of my questions in response to Representative Ackert, but you had cited a few statistics. 12% of the state is food insecure, and 500,000 tons per year of food, enters our waste stream. I was just wondering where you got those statistics from.
Sure. So the 12% food insecurity in Connecticut came from Feeding America, which is a national organization that tracks food insecurity. And again, that's from 2020. So that's pre-COVID. I'm sure it's much higher now, unfortunately. Those statistics aren't updated. And then the 500,000 tons of food waste, that just comes from my days of co-chairing the Environment Committee. We spent a lot of time talking about trash talking about what constitutes our trash, how we address our trash in our system, and where it goes and what we do with it.
Great. Thank you very much. You mentioned also, I guess, the ability of local organizations to take part in this. So would you envision, we both represent West Haven, and so the Purple Pantry, which had been in Milford, has just come in to West Haven. So would you envision local groups like that being able to participate in this program?
Yeah, sure. I actually, every Friday morning, work with an organization, Bimbo, and I know the Purple Pantry Box are there as well. And we take food and we bring it to the housing authorities and we bring it to shelters. So those are actually the organizations that came to me originally and asked. There was a San Francisco law around this, and they asked that I take a second look at it because we do have gaps in our community, specifically in West Haven. And I know, if we have gaps, other cities across the state must have gaps as well. And then meeting with Food Share, they did recognize, although again, great state partnerships, that there are communities across the state that do have gaps. So yes, those are the types of organizations we're talking about. We're talking about reputable, organized nonprofits.
Great. Thank you very much. Does anyone else have a question for Representative Borer? Okay, if not, thank you very much for your testimony and for bringing this concept to us.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, is Mayor Simmons?
She is not yet, but I will be on the lookout if she joins.
Okay, great. Thank you. And so I believe that we're going on to the general public.
Yes. So first is Laurice Grant.
Great.
I'm making her panelist now.
Okay. And, Senator Whitcoast, would you mind taking over? I have to go to Regs review for a minute. Then I'll be back.
Busy. Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Grant. Go ahead. Please proceed.
I'm coming to you as a constituent that's also concerned about the bill HB 5146. I am a partner, director of operations of Haven's Harvest. And I can tell you that being on the ground and sharing out food, there is a great need. I think Connecticut Food Share does a great job with their partnership with stores, but I can tell you I've been in other stores that do not participate, and they're unwilling to share leftover recovered food. And that food is just going in incinerators when it could go to our neighbors and our communities. I'm a mother of 4. I've raised 4 kids in the state of Connecticut, and I can tell you that at times it's been very difficult to keep food on the table, especially healthy, quality food, which is what we usually recover. We are concerned about food safety. We always use safe practices when transporting food, and we're hyper local. So therefore, I think that supporting this bill would be a great community resource.
When you had the opportunity to be in some of the stores and ask, if they participated and they said they refused to, did they give a reason why?
They said they don't have time.
There was not a liability issue that they claimed?
They were not interested in a liability issue. I took the Emerson Act with me, showed them written information about why they wouldn't be liable if they were giving out food to community partners. And they said, well, it's just we just don't have time, or we're not interested in doing that at this time.
Okay. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, Ms. Grant, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Leroy Jordan is next, I believe, Sam. You're on mute.
Sorry, my bad. I do not see Leroy Jordan in the attendee list, but again, I'll be on the lookout for when he joins.
Okay. Rochelle Merva.
Rachel's not in either, but the next person up would be Dan Huff.
Okay.
You want you're up, listen to him. All right, promoting him now.
Good morning, Mr. Huff. I don't see him yet. Oh, there he is. Good morning, Mr. Huff. Please proceed.
Hi, how you doing this morning, honorable members of the General Law Committee? I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present my opposition of SB 121 today. My wife and I are owners of Big Boys Toys in Pomfret, Connecticut. We're a family-owned and operated dealership serving ag and consumer equipment in the northeast corner of Connecticut for almost 30 years. We employ about 15 people here at our dealership. I'd like to start out by saying our company and our suppliers stand together in supporting our customers' right to repair. Our suppliers have available already to the end users the same technical manuals and parts manuals and schematics, diagnostic software that we use every day here at our dealership to help them repair their equipment at their own farms. We do, however, oppose SB 121 as it's difficult to support the potential for modification of engine, emission, and safety controls on the equipment and the sale of parts to the end user at the same terms as our dealership has right now. SB 121 goes beyond the right to repair and extends more into the right to modify, potentially allowing consumers greater access to the programming of the engine, emission, and safety equipment than we have today here at the dealership. As part of our dealer agreements with our manufacturers, we are prohibited from overriding factory performance, emissions, and safety equipment, and are required to remove altering devices should we discover them during our service inspections. An independent repair shop or an individual is not held to the same standard, nor do they come under the same scrutiny as a dealership does. We are required to go through substantial initial training and continuous updated training to ensure proper and safe repair of equipment. It is a little concerning that anyone, regardless of qualification and training, could be able to potentially tamper with or inadvertently change the parameters of the sophisticated equipment that we sell and service. Though well-intentioned, it's a little hard to see how SB 121 would not be destructive to the environmental compliance, the warranty requirements, and safety standards in place by manufacturers and undermine the investment that we have at our dealership and the many dealerships across Connecticut. I'm encouraging the committee to consider the safety and environmental ramifications that could potentially occur through the passage of SB 121.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions from committee members? I have one question. If you spoke about the intricacies and how if you find something that was altered or changed, then you have to change it back according to whatever the manufacturing standards are. The piece of equipment that would be required to do a change, is that something that a homeowner can purchase, or are we really talking about unaffiliated automobile dealerships that has this equipment as part of their toolbox?
So we have them here at the dealership, and there is access to the consumer or independent repair shops to those tools by purchase or lease or rental from original equipment manufacturers currently. What SB 121 would do is open that up a little further than what is currently there, what is needed to repair a piece of equipment to allow more reprogramming and a little deeper access to that stuff that we currently cannot do as a dealership without the OEM getting involved with that programming right now. So,
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from any committee members? If not, Dan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sam. You're on mute again.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Up next is Elizabeth Barr.
Okay. Good morning, Elizabeth. Please proceed.
Hi, thank you so much. Good morning, Chairman, Senator Maroney, Representative D'Agostino, and ranking members, Senator Whitkus, Representative Ridigliano, and distinguished members of the Greenwich Law Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to give testament in support of HB 5146, an act establishing a supermarket food donation program. My name is Elizabeth Barr. I'm a representative of Greenwich, and I'm an elementary school teacher as well as a mother. I really appreciate Kim Fiorello for helping us to bring up this bill. I became interested in helping this bill move forward because as a teacher, I know that when children are not fed properly, they have difficulty paying attention, having energy to learn, to make friends, and get through the day in a positive way. I've been a kindergarten through second grade teacher for 28 years, and every day kids say to me, what time is snack? What time is lunch? What are we having? Children use a great deal of energy all day long to learn and navigate social interactions with their friends and their teachers. And if they're hungry, their cognitive abilities are compromised. They can't participate fully. And then as a mother, I can't imagine not being able to feed my children. I know we have incredible food banks and people that help feed our children and families. And I hope this bill will encourage more donations due to the fact that the supermarkets will be relieved of the liability. I also worry what we're doing to landfills and the planet by throwing away 16 billion pounds of food into landfills and the impact the waste and fossil fuels has on our future generations. My husband is a small business owner and employs 60 people. And I understand the difficulties with mandates. So I hope that we can work on that language so that this bill can move forward. And then I would just thank you for your time and hope that this bill addresses throwing away good, nutritious food into dumpsters and landfills while people are going hungry. I respectfully request the General Law Committee to pass HB 5146 out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you addressed the mandate part. That's the part that I have a problem with. But other than that, I like the whole bill, and the intent is so worthwhile, and nobody deserves to go hungry. So thank you for coming out this morning. Any committee members have any questions for Elizabeth? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Senator Maroney, Chairman, sir, I see you're back.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Whitkus. Mr. Clerk, who's up next? It looks like next in the order is Olivia Rinkes.
Yes, I'm promoting her now. Oh,
okay. Thank you.
She should be in now.
Thank you. And thank you to the General Law Committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olivia Rinkes, and I am from North Stonington, Connecticut. I'm testifying in support of HB 5146, an act establishing a supermarket food donation program. I just really want to say thank you to the CT legislators who are taking steps to begin the conversation on how to make more food available to those in need, as well as to decrease food waste. Food insecurity is something that can affect anyone at any time. And as the past 2 years have demonstrated, disruptions to the food and supply chains can greatly exacerbate that, particularly in instances such as Manchester, when a grocery store is forced to close and an area is left without a regular supply of grocery items. There's absolutely no reason for a grocery store to choose to throw away viable food if there is an alternative and a need. In addition to the alleviation of food insecurity and the increase in availability of healthy food options, the reduction of food waste is something that will have a hugely positive impact on the environment and waste disposal systems. The fact is that given the choice, many corporate chains are choosing to throw away viable food that could otherwise be made available to those in need. And it is past time that Connecticut joins other states and nations who are addressing food insecurities and food waste. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing no questions, Ms. Rinkus, thank you very much for taking the time to testify before us today. Okay, Mr. Clerk, next up.
Next up is Roxy.
Okay. I thought you were going to try to attempt to say the last name.
I did not want to bother.
Okay.
Hi. Hi, good morning. Sorry,
Good morning.
Needed to arrange the right camera, but good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Maroney, Chairman D'Agostino, and members of the committee. My name is Roxy Kozitzki, and today I'm testifying on behalf of AdvaMed, the Advanced Medical Technology Association, representing over 400 medical device companies globally that produce medical devices, diagnostics, health technology, and health information systems that help save lives and transform healthcare around the world. We're proud to employ almost 7,600 Connecticut residents and contribute more than $4.1 billion annually to the state's economy. Patient safety is at the heart of everything we do, and it is for this reason that I'm speaking today in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 121. This bill would compromise patient safety by requiring original manufacturers to share repair and design information with unauthorized third-party repair entities that have not received appropriate training for the sophistication of the technology, while also not requiring their compliance with FDA regulations or reporting of adverse events. AdvaMed member companies provide extensive training for their employees and typically make this training available to customers and other third-party servicing entities as part of a coordinated repair strategy to increase access. The extensive number of available authorized technicians disproves any credible reports of repair delays, and even during the throes of the pandemic. This ensures patients remain safe during the use of these complex medical technologies. Original manufacturers are required to adhere to federally mandated regulations designed to ensure and prioritize patient safety. These regulations extend to anyone authorized to repair covered medical technology, requiring the reporting of any malfunctions or defects associated with the serviced device. Comparable requirements are not required and are not placed on unauthorized third-party servicers. Additionally, there is no reliable mechanism for original manufacturers to know how many product failures are due to inadequate unauthorized servicing. Of note, the FDA issued a report in 2018 documenting more than 4,300 adverse events, including 294 injuries and 40 deaths, likely due to unauthorized servicers. These numbers were obtained despite unauthorized third parties not being required to report those adverse events. Finally, it is critical that committee members understand that purchasers of medical technology often have many options and are in no way required to use an authorized servicer. However, the fact remains that original manufacturers and their authorized servicers provide efficient, high-quality service and repair on devices such as CT scanners, mammogram machines, surgical robotic arms, and many other sophisticated technologies. Legislative proposals that attempt to oppose right to repair on medical devices are towing a dangerous line with patient safety and erode the standards already in place that protect the quality, effectiveness, and innovation that patients rely on when they go to their doctor. For these reasons, we ask at AdvaMed that you please oppose Senate Bill 121. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chairman Maroney. Thank you for coming here today. Just question, and I have real concerns about this bill, but how likely would it be that, I, Yale New Haven Healthcare, bring in some unrecognized third-party repair person to fix my CT scanner? I can see, and maybe if I'm going door to door doing ultrasounds, I might, without a license, I might find, there's a guy down the block who says he can fix my ultrasound machine. But it seems to me, although I accept, as I say, I have concerns about this bill, this seems to be a highly unlikely event. So I'd just like you to expound on that a bit.
Sure. It is a very likely event, and it happens actually quite often. So hospitals, for example, have in-house repair departments that have partnerships or choose to not have partnerships with original manufacturers. They can also choose to outsource to unauthorized repair. If they think that they can't handle a repair and they are trying to find someone that they think may be more experienced or adept, but they're cutting costs. I mean, a repair shop or an in-house repair shop in a hospital is not a money-making department. So they're always trying to find a way to cut costs. And there are examples of them trying to repair something themselves without being an authorized, trained technician, or finding a third party outside the hospital that's cheaper than hiring the original manufacturer to come in. And then the original manufacturer has to come in after the fact and fix what's been fixed or attempted to be fixed by someone that's unauthorized. So it does sound wildly inappropriate, I guess that might be the word, for that to occur, but they are free to do that. And it does happen. And so that's what's concerning.
Okay.
And what would expand.
Yeah, my devil's advocate, if they're doing it already, what difference is this bill going to make? But I thank you very much. As I say, it just seemed to me,
Yeah, no, well, I can just very quickly.
I would personally be concerned if I felt they were not fixing things in the appropriate manner, but I suppose this is, I'm sure plenty of other people are going to have concerns about this bill. So thank you very much for your testimony today. I will listen intently as this plays out.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? If not, Ms. Kozitzki, thank you very much for your testimony and have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, next is Aaron Good, I believe.
Should be a no.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name's Aaron Good. I'm a resident of New Haven and a longtime volunteer with Haven's Harvest, which is a small but growing food recovery program based in New Haven. I also live in a neighborhood with a highly polluting incinerator where waste is imported from around the state, and when it's incinerated, pollutes our waterways with mercury and dioxin. It makes the fish in the lower mill and Quinnipiac River inedible, and it gives our children the highest rate of asthma hospitalization in the state. So that is why I strongly support this legislation, HB 5146, in order to reduce waste, reduce our carbon footprint, reduce food insecurity by increasing food recovery. And I really appreciate Representative Boer's leadership on this, as well as Representative Michelle and Representative Fiorello, who you don't necessarily expect to be co-sponsors on a lot of the same bills, but huzzah for bipartisanship. As you've heard, there's already a great deal of very positive voluntary cooperation between food retailers and nonprofits in food recovery, but I do think there's added value in formalizing the system, strengthening liability protections, laying out clear expectations on all sides. I'd suggest a couple small additions or changes. Beginning at line 6, I think you need to modify the definitions here to include smaller food recovery organizations like Haven's Harvest and community fridges, make them eligible as receivers instead of just, what you're calling food banks. The second thing is, introduce some incentives and infrastructure for increasing refrigeration and storage that will allow more food to be saved. There are a lot of ways to do that, through the tax code and subsidies. Another interesting idea that they've used in some states is creating a separate energy rate class for food recovery organizations to lower their storage bills and increase the capacity for the receiving organizations. We need to have fully equipped food recovery storage hubs in every community, and that kind of language will get us started on that. With respect to the so-called mandate, I think that's really only being contemplated with respect to the larger supermarket chains. As Representative Bohr said, it's not mom and pop groceries. And in fact, if you look at the legislative history of bills like SB 1383 in California, very similar bill, many retail grocers wanted a mandate because it creates a clear standard and level playing field across the industry. So I'd really urge you to look at that before assuming mandates are bad and business doesn't want it. If a legal requirement framework does stay in the bill, it does require some sort of enforcement mechanism, without which the whole scheme becomes dysfunctional. We do have all these existing statutes requiring commercial recycling. They're totally unenforced, and that makes me really sad. So I would hate to see that happen with this very well-intentioned and positive legislation. So having been involved with the bottle bill debate last year, I know it can be very difficult to get all these different partners, industry organizations, supermarket, food retail industry folks on board, given their very narrow profit margins and so forth. But I do think we can come up with a collaborative solution that's win-win for everyone. And I look forward to that positive outcome, and I thank the committee for your time.
Thank you very much. I see Representative Winkler has his hand raised.
Yes, if I could, what is the difference between a food bank and a food recovery program?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Representative. I think there are probably other people like Laurice Grant and Lori Martin from Haven's Harvest who can answer that better than I can. I think the food recovery organizations like Haven Harvest are acting more as intermediaries, between the wholesale retail grocers and the food banks. So I'm not sure that they would be covered in that definition beginning in line 6 about nonprofits that are specifically providing nutritional assistance and so forth. The types of organizations that I'm talking about, I think, are playing a slightly different role.
And are the words nutritional assistance limited solely to food? I mean, one could say, I don't know, nutritional counseling would be nutritional assistance. Is that a state-of-art term in the food recovery industry, and it's only understood one way?
Yeah, I think those are some good points. I'm a rare book dealer, so I'm not an expert about this industry. But yeah, I think nutritional assistance could apply to a whole range of other organizations that we don't want it to apply to. So we want to just make sure we're including groups that we want to include and excluding groups that we don't want to include here.
My apologies for putting you on the spot. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. Are there any other questions? If not, Mr. Good, thank you very much for taking the time to testify. Okay, Mr. Clerk, next, if we could have former Representative Camillo, current mayor of the city of Greenwich.
Yes, he should be in now.
And then Representative Retigliano, if you could.
Good morning.
Hi, Mayor Camillo. I apologize for missing you and not getting you in earlier with the public officials.
No worries. Good to see you, Senator. Good morning, everybody. Senate Chairman Maroney, House Chairman D'Agostino, Ranking Senator Wickos, and Ranking Representative Retigliano, and members of the General Law Committee. My name is Fred Camillo. I am the first selectman of the town of Greenwich and a former colleague of all of yours. It's great to see everyone today. I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 5146, an act establishing a supermarket food donation program, while making sure that people who are in need of the basic necessities in life always have them. Making sure that's always the right thing to do, but especially in a really high cost environment with inflation at maybe a 40 or 45-year high, it makes it something like this even more, much more needed. I want to thank my friends, Representative Kimberly Fiorello of the 149th District in Greenwich and Representative David Michelle of Stanford for bringing this concept forward. I really think there's no downside to it at all. In addition to feeding those in need, it will reduce food waste and also will lower the costs for businesses at a time when the costs of goods and services are really, really high. So again, doing this with and encouraging businesses to do that, save some money and do so without fear of litigation, I think is a win-win-win. So again, thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you for your time and consideration and the time to meet with you all today.
Thank you, Mr. First Selectman. Good to see you, Fred. Are there any questions? I have one question. In the bill, there's written in some mandates on local grocery stores. I didn't know whether or not you personally favored the mandate aspect of the legislation.
No, I think we're all on the same page when it comes to mandates. Hopefully those could be struck out of the bill if hopefully it could pass without that. We're just trying to make sure that people, get the food that they need. No one should ever go hungry, but also, to reduce food waste. We're doing that at a time where, hauling, everything is more expensive right now, unfortunately, but hauling costs are through the roof. And, we're trying our best here on the local level to increase our reduce municipal solid waste and increase recycling numbers. And anything we can do to help with that, is a positive. And of course, again, just keeping these businesses, keeping some money in the pockets of these businesses who have had a pretty tough time of it, in the last few years is always a worthy cause. So yeah, minus the mandates, I think this would be a very, very good bill.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, thank you for joining us today and sharing your opinion. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Sam, it's Raymond Rescaldo is up next.
Yes, so Raymond, I have not seen him in the attendee list. So next up would be Sarah Adams, and I'll just keep a lookout for Raymond when he comes in.
Very good. Thank you.
So Sarah's being added and promoted right now. She should be in now.
Good morning. Just trying to get, unfortunately, my video is not cooperating. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine. You could start.
Okay, my apologies. Senator Maroney, Representative D'Agostino, Senator Wickos, Representative Retigliano, and members of the General Law Committee. Good morning. My name is Sarah Adams. I am a practicing physician assistant in neurosurgery, and I'm here today to speak in support of House Bill 5147, which is an act concerning physician assistants and the palliative use of marijuana. I have worked for 15 years in the Waterbury community, providing comprehensive neurosurgical care to patients both at my office and at the 2 community hospitals. My clinical interactions with my patients allow me to evaluate, diagnose, outline, and initiate treatment plans. In collaboration with my surgeons, I additionally provide high-quality perioperative education and management, which includes assisting with their surgical procedures, inpatient hospital care, prescribing and monitoring the safety of their scheduled medications. Even with an optimal surgical outcome, many of my patients can be left with difficult to treat chronic neuropathic pain. Many of my patients, in an effort to avoid reliance on opiate therapy, have inquired about access to medical cannabis. Due to my inability to certify eligible conditions, despite my close and often chronic relationships with my spine patients, I've had to refer them out for consultation with another physician. This has created much frustration in my patients who now have had to establish a new relationship with someone who is not at all familiar with them or their medical background. The timing from referral through certification is often long and arduous. They at times will feel judged and scrutinized for trying to access a therapy that is often very beneficial in reduction of their chronic pain syndrome. They are then required to see this provider annually to maintain their certification, for which this person has had no interim participation in the care for their certified condition. I have worked for many years building close, professional, and trusted relationships with my patients to provide them comprehensive spine care. They look to me for access to the modalities that will improve their quality of life and increase their abilities to perform their activities of daily living and functionality within their family units. Voting in favor of HB 5147 will expand access for my patients while maintaining our longstanding verified patient-PA relationship. Thank you very much for your time and consideration of this morning.
Oh, well, thank you. Are there any questions from any of the members? If not, then I'll ask you just a couple of quick ones, couple of clarifying questions.
Of course.
You do prescribe other medications? Yes or no?
Absolutely. Yep. I have a verified DEA number and a national provider number. I verify all medications through Schedule 2s at the collaboration with my surgeons here in the practice, and have been doing so for the length of my career.
Great. And then all PAs are supervised by a medical doctor also?
Yep, we work in collaboration with our supervising physicians at the practice who, as long as there's a delegated relationship, then prescribing is full within my practice.
Great. I think I knew that. I just wanted to be sure and clear. So that's it for my questions. I really do thank you for coming before the committee.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. And if there's any additional questions, my colleague Jason Privilege, our legislative chair, will also be speaking a little later this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Have a great day.
Sam, I think next up is Chris Phelps.
Yes. Voting him now.
Hi, Mr. Phelps. Feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Okay, Representative, thank you. I was having a little trouble unmuting myself there for a moment. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee. My name is Chris Phelps. I'm State Director of Environment Connecticut, and I'm here today testifying in support of Senate Bill 121, an act concerning the Fair Right to Repair Act. I've submitted written comments, which I hope you have in front of you, and I'll just touch on a few points there and hopefully take a moment to touch on some of the oppositional arguments I've seen in some of the testimony that's been submitted as well. First, I'll start with who we are. Environment Connecticut is a nonprofit environmental advocacy organization here in Connecticut, and I don't often speak before the General Law Committee in that capacity, but we have an interest in this bill, not just because of the opportunity to expand the right of consumers and businesses to repair their own stuff, but in support of that for environmental reasons as well, because the opportunity to repair our stuff can help reduce waste, including in particular e-waste here in Connecticut and across the country. The longer you can make something like your cell phone last more years without having to buy a new one, that reduces e-waste, and that's good for the environment. In fact, the manufacture of more and more and more of these products is where the majority of the environmental harm comes from our consumption of devices. Electronic waste is a growing concern here in Connecticut and across the country. I'd like to refer you to my testimony for more detail about the details of our support and touch on two things that I've heard both today and seen in some of the testimony. For one thing, speaking as an environmental advocate who's advocated for clean air policy in Connecticut for, well, more than 2 decades now, I was struck by some of the comments I've seen submitted referring to the potential for this legislation to essentially, as some of the comments seem to imply, require the provision to consumers of essentially illegal tools to allow them to modify equipment to circumvent Clean Air Act emissions regulations. I don't see anything in this language that does that. I don't think there's anyone who would support this bill, including us, who would intend that outcome. I really view that as something of a red herring argument, but to the extent that there's a need to affirm that this bill does not require the provision of illegal tools to make illegal modifications to equipment, we'd be happy to engage in a conversation and make sure that that intent is clear, that the intent here is to ensure broader access to legal tools to provide legal modifications to return broken devices and equipment back to manufacturer specifications. That's the goal here, to enable people to continue using their devices or their equipment longer rather than having to junk it and buy new. So that was, I think, an important point that I wanted to speak to, because I saw it repeated throughout a number of the pieces of testimony submitted, the idea that this would enable violations of the Clean Air Act. I hope you can appreciate we don't support that, and I don't think this bill does that. I'll wrap up by pointing you to aspect of my testimony that talks about, again, a broader concerns along those lines. There were also opposition comments, such as we heard a few minutes ago from the medical device representative, about issues of safety and security and privacy and intellectual property that are being raised as concerns opposed to this bill. And in my testimony, we referenced the Federal Trade Commission report from, I believe, May of last year, called Nixing the Fix, that speaks to exactly those points in a very exhaustive way. And I provided a link to it in our testimony. In essence, the FTC's report found that there was essentially no evidence to support those sorts of assertions about these sorts of laws. Again, we want to make sure that this language does indeed not lead to unintended consequences. I don't think it does. I think it's a really good bill that will benefit both consumers and the environment, and would urge the committee to report it out. And we'd be happy to engage with you and other stakeholders to really make sure it does what the proponents intend. On that, I'm sure I'm at my 3 minutes or beyond, so I'll stop there and take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Phelps. Are there any questions from any of the members? Seeing none, Mr. Phelps, I want to thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you, Representative.
Next up, we have Jason Jakubowski.
So Jason testified earlier with the representative. So,
okay, understood.
So we can just move down to
Sarah Bromley. Yeah, very good. I also see the senator has returned. If he waves his hand, he can take the reins back.
Thank you, Representative Rescaldo. Good morning, Sarah. Thanks for joining us. You're still muted.
I get the video, didn't do the mute. Okay, hi. Thank you so much, Chairs Maroney, D'Agostino, esteemed members of the General Law Committee. I am here today speaking in support of the concept of House Bill 5146. I say concept because I really think that the addition of language to include the food recovery organizations you might be just hearing about today for the first time would really, really strengthen this bill. Also, the addition of some infrastructure. I understand the agency that might be tapped to deal with this now just doesn't have the resources to do that. So who knows, maybe it could make sense to create some kind of like task force to work on this. I'm here, actually, I pulled over to the side of the road because I'm doing a food recovery right now before I go into work. So I feel like I represent the grassroots side of this thing, this issue. I do feel very strongly and very passionately about it because as an early childhood educator for 35 years, I can also attest to the importance of this food, getting this food to children instead of to the landfills, to families who are experiencing so much food insecurity right now, especially. I've experienced food insecurity myself as a child. And again, when my spouse was out of work for a long time, it really sucks. And so I can tell you some anecdotes. I really thought 6 years ago that, hey, I'm in Milford, life is good. We have Bethel to take care of unhoused people. We have United Way, we have Connecticut Food Share, now called that now. There, we're all set. People are taken care of. But 6 years ago, I started volunteering with this grassroots, moving small amounts of food very quickly, prepared foods that other groups, amounts too small for the wonderful big groups to bother with, honestly. But it's making an impact to the environment and to people. And that's what I'm seeing. That's why I'm so passionate. I get upset when I pick up bread and produce from a store and I see the employees dumping huge vats of meat into garbage chutes, because I see the faces of the people I'm bringing the bread and produce to. And I think how their faces would light up if they actually got protein. It's so hard for them to get. And the employees are telling me that they wish they could give it to me, but they feel their hands are tied. They just can't. My daughter, she works at a store where she's told to throw away rotisserie chickens at the end of the night. and I lose sleep over it. I'm like, how many resources did we spend to create those chickens? Why are we wasting 40% of the food we create? And I meet truck drivers who routinely, last week, one said, I threw away 50 bags of bread. What should I be doing with it? I don't know what to do.
Excuse me, Ms. Bromley, you're at the 3-minute marker, so just, start wrapping up.
Thank you. That's it. There are gaps, and we can do better, and it could be really great. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. We're going to go to questions. I see Representative Winkler has his hands up.
First, can I assume that you're in a safe location?
I knew you would ask that. I knew somebody would. Yes, I am. Thank you for asking.
I just have to be careful.
Right.
I asked an earlier speaker questions that I think he referred to you as being able to answer. Basically, I heard, I think, some details. What's the difference between food recovery and food bank?
Okay, when I as an individual volunteer with a food recovery organization, I have an app that's I have a food rescue hero app. I can claim an app. I can see that there's a food to be picked up at a location. It could be a grocery store. It could be a university. It could be a farm. It could be any number of places, and it has a designated spot to go to. So I would pick up the food, say, identify myself, pick it up, load in my car, and take it to a food bank, for example. So some food banks are already, I would take it to Walk of Faith Church every Wednesday. I would take it to Apostle Immigrant Services on Tuesdays. I have regular ones I do every week, same time, all the time. And then there are extras that pop up. But so I'm taking them to those food banks and food pantries. But there are so many people who hear that I'm moving food or see that, and people are coming up to me probably 3 or 4 a week at this rate, saying, do you know where I can get some food? Do you have any idea? Do you have any extra? And these are people, just so many of them. And I can refer them to the Milford Food Resource Guide. But honestly, last week, I tried calling all those. It's exhausting just trying to get one box of food. You have to make an appointment, show up at a specific time. It's very difficult.
We heard something earlier about refrigeration, and I heard outside this hearing about milk. Would you talk to us about what the problem with refrigeration is?
I am not sure I'm equipped to speak to that fully, but I do know that I take food to preschools, I take food to home daycares, I take them to lots of small organizations that may not be qualifying for help from other places. And milk is a huge need. I can't imagine. I have been with some groups who are talking about, why can't we create some food hubs, some refrigeration systems that are, this is why it makes me think about like maybe a food task force or something to work out these questions, because if those people throwing out the chicken knew that I could put it in my car and take it, around the corner to stick it in a freezer, stick it in a refrigerator until the people who need it could come get it, or the food banks could come get it, it would be fantastic. And you could do that with milk. And that's why I know that, I guess I had assumed that the larger groups had a way to deal with that. So I was learning that myself just now. I don't think that really answers your question, but I think
it's good enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for Ms. Bromley? If not, Sarah, thank you very much for testifying, and thank you for everything you do for our community. Have a great day.
Thank you. Right back at you.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, next is Miss Cheney, Ann Cheney.
Yes, and okay. she should be able to talk now.
Okay.
She's doing it via phone.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Cheney. Please proceed. Sam, do you know how you unmute yourself if you're on the phone? What does she need to press?
Just did it.
She should be able to talk now. She just unmuted herself.
Okay, great. Thank
Hi.
you. Please. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ann Cheney. I'm a resident of Norwalk, Connecticut, and I'm in the food business. I work for an independent grocer, and I'm in support of the bill. And I can speak to some of the operational issues that that have come up during the previous conversation. And I would love to take questions. But let's see, some of the operational issues that from a supermarket point of view that I would love to see addressed would be training. I would love to have a resource guide for stores, especially small stores, to use. We presently participate in a couple of programs that are very useful. We participate with a rescue provider called Food Rescue US. They're really terrific. It's a volunteer program, and we have a pickup program with them. They pick up once per day. We also, in terms of food waste, we participate in a program that picks up food scraps, thereby diverting them from landfill. And in this past year, we diverted approximately 52 tons of produce waste that would have gone to a landfill, but instead was turned into compost. And I think just in general, it would be great for the state to provide resources and training for our teams to become more aware in the store and also in the community. And all I have to say at this point, but I would love to take questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Cheney? Okay. Representative Cheeseman.
Just quickly, you said, I believe, Ms. Cheney, you represent a small grocery store chain. Could you define small for me, please?
I work for an independent operator. It's one store.
All right, and it's in terms of square footage or revenue, just to give me an idea of the sizes compared to some of the larger chains?
It's about 10,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair Maroney.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Are there any further questions for Ms. Cheney? If not, Ms. Cheney, thank you very much for taking the time to testify before us today, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, next is Lisa Mccabe.
So Lisa Mccabe is not here right now, so we can go down to John Keane.
Okay, great.
Good morning, chairs, members of the committee. My name is John Keane of the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers, also known as AHAM, and we're here in opposition to Senate Bill 121. AHAM believes this bill raises far more safety concerns it seeks to address. AHAM represents the entirety of the appliance industry, from your dishwasher, electric range, to your refrigerator. Without our repairs include the handling of electricity, gas, and high-speed motors. In fact, appliances are subject to electrical codes, building codes, plumbing codes, safety standards to make sure that our products are handled safely. One thing to keep in mind for repairs in our industry is that repairs occur in people's homes. Therefore, safety and security take on additional meanings. That's why it's paramount to have authorized repair professional who is trained to properly handle our products to ensure our customers remain safe. I do want to mention that appliance manufacturers already provide a wide range of repair options, including access to a nationwide home appliance service and repair network. That includes over 20,000 services across the United States. Of those 20,000, 88% of those 88 are local mom and pop repair shops, and some of those in your neighborhood. These authorized repair providers use parts that have been tested and qualified to meet the liability and safety requirements of the home appliance. Opening up the repair process to any third party could lead to using a non-knowing part, these on potential safety issues, including instances of using the wrong refrigerant, overheating, and rendering the appliance unresponsive to certain operations. With that, I strongly urge you to oppose Senate Bill 121, and thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Keene?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator Kissel.
Yeah. So in response to Representative Cheeseman, to the other woman who testified in opposition regarding the medical stuff, it's sort of, the question got left hanging because I think Representative Cheeseman was able to bring out that this is sort of going on as already in some way, shape, or form. And then the question was, well, then why do you oppose the bill if it's already going on? And I'm just wondering, since we have another person testifying in opposition, if it's already going on, what's the problem with the bill?
Yes, so the issue with the bill is this would give untrained professional, there's a big market of professionals in the community around the state that meet certain standards to handle our products. This would give every consumer who's not trained, do not have the requirements to handle those products. And for, that makes sense.
Well, I'm just trying to discern whether this is sort of like a turf thing, like, all right, don't step into our turf because there's a narrow amount of business and we don't want other people encroaching in our business. Or if it is more of a safety thing, you said gas, electricity, high-speed motors. I think Representative Cheeseman made some really valid points. I don't want someone monkeying around with a CAT scan if I'm about to get a CAT scan. Because the reliability of that machine is going to determine whether I'm healthy or need like brain surgery or something. So I can see some liability questions, just like you need to have a chain of custody in a criminal matter with and a piece of evidence, right? You need to know it from point A to point Z. And if I turn something over to an untrained individual and something goes wrong, then I would think that warranties would no longer be valid and things like that. So what is your exact concern? Is this a business issue, or is this a safety issue, or is it some combination?
The big issue is, for us, it's the safety issue. And with our repairs, they occur in people's homes. Not only if a repair goes wrong, does it could threaten the consumer, but it can threaten your home, your property, whether it's a dishwasher, clothes dryer, electric range. One repair that goes wrong, it could put you and your property in significant danger.
Okay, and I came in late, so Mr. Clerk, if you could note me as present at the hearing, that would be great as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. I do have a follow-up question, or not necessarily a follow-up question, but another question. You mentioned that mom and pop operations can become certified repair. What is the process for someone to become certified? And if you could just explain that.
It's dependent on the manufacturer, but it's often a training and then a testing of their of their products, while testing based on the state requirements. It can be state by state, but also can be, it's very manufacturer specific, but talking to our repair providers, process is not, it's not, everyone can do it. It's on, you have to get trained to do so if there's availability to do so.
So any mom and pop repair store could get certified, or is it up to the manufacturers to decide who they want to certify?
So it goes through the manufacturer. So I'm sure a lot of local businesses, they're affiliated to a certain appliance manufacturer. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it goes through the manufacturer. Many local shops will be allowed to service many different manufacturers' products. I'm not sure if that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Keene? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to testify before us today, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Next, Gregory Blaska.
Letting him in now.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, so you can see, can you hear me? Oh, wait, start video.
Yes, we can hear you. We can't see you yet, but
Just give me a
please.
second. Okay, you should also see me now, correct? Okay, I'll start anyway.
Yeah, please proceed, Mr. Blaska.
If you
Thank
can't
you.
see me, okay, my name is Greg Blaska. I'm CFO of Jessica Wink. We have 350 employees. We serve the state of Connecticut in our Ditch Witch product line, but we are also a John Deere and a Working distributor in other states. We are a 50-plus-year-old company, family-owned. I've been around for over, I hate to say it, I'm going to gladly to say it, I've been over 40 years in the industry. And I've been testifying on these issues for about 5 years now in other various states. And
Mr. Blaska, you've become muted.
okay, I'm sorry. So let me just say, I just respond back. So we support the right for the end user to repair his own equipment. We started back in 50 some years ago with simple manuals. That's what we had. Then we had DVDs and CDs. Now we're into more sophistication from diagnostic equipment. So that we've always supported that. And we allow the customer to decide on what he wants to do. Does he want us to repair it, or does he want to repair it? That's his choice. Last year, we spent over $750,000 training our technicians. We have, just to give you more statistics, 55% of our parts business is over the counter, which means our customers are repairing their own equipment for that. We have $18 million in parts business, and that's something that you look at in the support of that to the end user, is that this equipment alone, this equipment is around for decades. It's not like that gentleman was talking about a cell phone and it's obsolete. Our equipment is around for decades. The manufacturer, our company, we support that for decades, and it's definitely needed. So why don't we support this bill? I'm going to bring it down to a little. I do have the testimony. Very simplistically, is everything could be. He could work on that, the end user, but not the safety and not the emissions. That's a small part of what he needs. So why would you give somebody the ability to change the safety procedures of that equipment? Now, if you look at it, again, when you look at it, it allows to change the safety features intentionally as well as unintentionally. It's the intentionally that I'm very concerned about, because just think about it. I sell a ditch witch and somebody starts messing around and he's drilling underneath the ground. It's going in the wrong direction. You don't even know it because of the safety features. Think about a crane that's up in the sky and he messed the intentional changing the safety features where that machine will not tip over. Just think about it.
Excuse me, Mr. Blaska, just a heads up, you're past the 3-minute marker. So please
Oh, I'm sorry. I went that fast? Okay, let me just finish up and then the environmental. I think we spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the environmental side of our business, and we should not allow anybody to tinker with the environmental portions of the systems. Okay, and that's why we oppose it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Does anyone have a question for Mr. Blasco? If not, okay, seeing none, thank you very much for taking the time to testify before us today.
All right.
Okay, next up, Mr. Clerk. Chris Erb.
Chris Erb, letting them know.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. Our members sell retail heating oil, propane, heating and air conditioning services. We employ 13,000 people in the state. We're here in opposition to sections 1, 2, 3, and 4 of House Bill 5150. While section 1 of the bill would require information to be disclosed on an invoice that is standard industry practice, like the description of work being done, the contractor and the business name, and the cost of the work or service, there are a couple of requirements that don't seem to make a lot of sense and are onerous to us. Specifically, the bill would require all licensed service professionals who worked on a job to be listed by name, and that all invoices would need to be signed by the contractor. Since contractors already are required by law to disclose the license number on all advertisements and other materials where services are offered, including invoices, it's not necessary to require them to sign an invoice. The requirements in section 1 that are problematic for a number of reasons, including the disclosing of the names and license numbers of technicians, raises considerable privacy issues. Our members surveyed their employees over the last few days, and we have widespread, literally hundreds of technicians saying they did not want their names circulated amongst their customers. Disclosing the names and license numbers of technicians could become a safety issue if the customer tries to reach out directly to them to do side work when they don't have a contractor's license or insurance. This would also lead to income tax evasion and work being done without a permit. We see this happen occasionally, but this would open the door widespread for those types of violations. There are some businesses in our industry that generate several dozen or more work invoices per day, which would make it impractical for contractors to sign every invoice as the bill would require. A large portion of the industry has transitioned to electronic invoices. In fact, this committee supported legislation last year that allows us to move to electronic delivery tickets, which we've been using on the service side of the industry for a number of years. And there's no way for a contractor to sign those. The technology doesn't allow for that. Invoices are already on letterhead, naming the company and the contractor's license number, making it transparent to the customer who's responsible for the work. And finally, there's a billing, there's language in here about billing. Our industry, like not only in the trades, but many industries have gone to flat rate billing, which is widely adopted for work that is performed in the trades. Being required to break out parts and labor would require substantial reprogramming of our billing systems and subject consumers to higher costs and less transparency when getting quotes on jobs. If the language is an attempt to stop unlicensed people from performing work that should be done by a licensed journeyman, this does not accomplish it whatsoever. We need added enforcement and support the Department of Consumer Protection getting more resources to enforce against unlicensed work. In section 4, the language would ban surcharges on propane sold to cooking and generator accounts. The law currently prohibits many surcharges on customers who would use propane for heating, but we oppose expanding those prohibitions to cooking and generator accounts. They're very, very different. Cooking and generator customers are very low volume accounts, and they require a different approach to maintain safety. Our members make annual and semi-annual deliveries for generator customers, many of which take little gas, but allow the professionals to do a safety check and provide peace of mind to the homeowner. That's where
Excuse me, Mr. Erb, you're at the 3-minute marker, so please start wrapping up.
Great. So if the language were to pass in section 4, it would interfere with thousands of contracts that businesses have entered into with homeowners and impact the economics behind the cost of the fuel, likely driving it up. Again, we oppose sections 1, 2, 3, and 4 of House Bill 5150. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Great. Thank you very much. I see Representative Ackert has his hand raised. Representative Ackert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And Chris, thank you for your testimony. I did bring up similar concerns when I did read the legislation in the beginning, similar to what you had brought up. You actually added a different one. We do a lot of, my program alone for my billing is all online. I do review them, but it's so different nowadays in invoicing. I think what the goal of it seemed to be more in the home improvement contractors issue, but I did bring up the same concerns that you did. That some of our jobs there, you have a lot of technicians on jobs and trying to say, okay, this person went to this job and for that reason, and here's their registration. But there is that other concern that you brought up that once a license number is printed on of an individual technician, they can just go to the DCP and get all the individual's information and then start a whole nother way of contracting. So there are some pretty good concerns with the pieces on there that do put out individual specific registration numbers on there. So I do appreciate you echoing the concerns that I brought up to the commissioner earlier in the day, and she didn't testify on that section of it, but she did comment about where it may, what how she sees it. So continue to bring awareness to this type of legislation that gives a little bit too much of individuals' information out to customers. So thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time, and Chris, thanks for testifying.
Yeah, we entirely agree with that. And I would just emphasize that legitimate contractors who are already required to put their contractor number on that can trace back to who does the work. That it is a clear line, it is transparent, it's disclosed publicly on Consumer Protection's website. It is not necessary to put added information that is private information on the invoice, giving people more about who is actually on the job. That can be traced back. It happens routinely when there's a complaint made, or God forbid there's an accident. OSHA can always find who works there. This does not need to be this. It opens the door for a lot of nefarious things to happen. And like I said, including avoiding going to a journeyman directly who can't pull a permit. So now they're doing work without paying their income taxes. They're doing it without a permit. They don't have a contractor's license that allows them to do that. And we don't want to circumvent that system. It's solid. The cheaters are always going to cheat, and my guys aren't cheating.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? If not, thank you very much for taking the time to testify before us today.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Up next is Reginald St. Porcon.
Okay, great.
Cool. Can you see me?
Yep, we could see you. Please proceed, Mr. St. Porcon.
Hey, how's it going? First, I want to say who I am. My name is Reginald. I do a program called Fridgeport. We are 3 community fridges located in Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport, which are 24/7 open access food rescue resources. On top of that, I work with Bridgeport Mutual Aid, which started sometime in the beginning of COVID, maybe January 2020, where we do 200 groceries a week to people who don't have cars or access. We deliver a bunch of food rescue stuff. So we're, 20,000 delivered. In the regards to fridge, at this point, we reach about between 700 and 1,000 on the warm months, between 700 and like 800 people a week. I say all this just to put context of what work I do and how on the ground I am. Before I start, I want to give, I'm just doing in anger the whole time here in this talk, so I want to hit some points. First, there's a lot of talk about mandates. There's already mandates. It's Public Act, 11217, which already mandates what's going in the trash. There's organic and inorganic. This law pushes the organic to separate what can be used and what's just straight up trash. So instead of 100% of going to trash, this would say that, hey, some of it's recoverable. Sell by dates, use by dates, and all those are arbitrary. A sell by date could, food's still fresh about 3 to 10 days after, depending on what kind of food you're using. Additionally, I wanted to say, sorry, I'm just going to rant. So I'm going to start reading off my thing. I want to take this opportunity to testify in support of the concept of the bill. However, I'm quite concerned in the fact of the bill because it's very vague and would be inefficient past as is. I'm not confident that DCP should be the entity administrating the program. As I've heard earlier, they don't have the capacity. And from my understanding, they're doing the marijuana program at the same time. And there's no conversation in this bill about like increase of spending, budget, or staff. So I'm not really sure how that works. I'd also like to point, there's still supermarkets that don't donate foods. For every Stop and Shop and Big Y, there's an Aldi's that gives nothing. Additionally, I'd like to say that there's a clear dismissal of food recovery organizations. It's been asked many times, what's the difference? I'd say the difference is it's like, what's the difference between a People's Bank and a Visa card? One holds the resources and one gets the resources done. The food rescue, CT Food Bank holds stuff, but they partner with rescue organizations who actually get it out. There's no, from what I've seen, it could be I've never seen CT Food Bank do something on their, or Food Share do anything on their own. They work in coordination with the food recovery organizations that don't get anything, which this bill would help. So yeah, I hope that helps some little clarification in regards to, so the food bank holds it and then we just get it around. We clean, we transport, we yada, yada, yada. I would strongly suggest the wording is looked at, the language is worked on, and maybe even a subsection defining FROs, just so people are it's not vague. And such a bill, sorry. A lot of these points are going to talk about the vagueness, but from the conversation, I've noticed why the vagueness is. We've been talking about mandates, which I just said is conversation about Public Act 11217, which is something we've had since 2017 in regards to separating it. And then further, the second part where everyone says it's okay, that's Bill Emerson Act, that's 30 years old. So at first coming into this, I didn't understand why this, a lot of conversation was stuck on mandates and whatnot, but now I see why it's a lot of wording is done, because it seems like no one knows what's going on. These are 10 to 20 or 6 to 30-year-old bills that are, the second half of the thing is already Bill Emerson law. It's just being reiterated in a more Connecticut stand. But that's something that's national law for the last 30 years. The only portion that has any bite to it is what's being seen as attack, which kept me off guard. I think that I had conversations with Mike Siegel, the staff of Mike Siegel, the gentleman who did New York law last year. There's a group of us who've been working, trying to get something like this done in Connecticut, but this just popped up. In that context, every conversation I've had, they said that the one thing that they wish would have this had bite. So right now we have no infrastructure, we have nothing. They had there's a rollout, there's no rollout. It's effectively, if you find a group of people, you told them they're firefighters, but you don't give them any water, buckets, trucks, or hoses. You're just telling them that we changed the law to say that you're firefighters as opposed to giving them anything to be firefighters. There's no infrastructure in regards to growth, green jobs. Sorry, I'm just gonna rant. Let me finish this off before I get all heated. I appreciate and I agree with tax credits, but I should be explored further in regards to FROs and food banks as well. The liability language is good to use, as it seems to be more precise than the Emerson Act. The state brags about the funding available in the rainy day fund, and as we have people with not enough food to access, it's raining. So yeah, sorry, ranted, that's my thing. I support the concept, not the bill. I think there should be task force. I think real research should be done. Just seeing this pop up is kind of disrespectful on my end. I've seen the conversation happen. There's a term in the handy-capable world, no conversations about us without us. Everyone I've seen on the ground.
Excuse me, Mr. St. Paul Collin, you're at the 3-minute marker, so please start wrapping up, please.
All right, then I just hope you all have a nice day. Yeah, that's it. Save the law, and hopefully there's a bunch of questions because I got information. I'm ready for it. So yeah, I'm in support of a concept. Once again, very clear. This does not go enough. Wording needs to be worked on. And I find it crazy that the one part that you guys like is a 30-year-old law. The mandate's the only important part. I'm on the ground. Bridgeport is food insecurity. The food insecurity in Bridgeport, depending on where you go, is between 30 and 50%, or between 12 and 50%. CT Food Bank, Food Share is a great place, but they're a monopoly. They don't. I don't work with them. Like I gotta be tokenized. I don't want to. Sorry, never mind. I don't want to leak conversation. Either way, I'm done. I support a concept of this. I don't think this should be the one done. I think there should be more conversation, more serious conversation, because this covers a lot of things. And that's me. Once again, I hope you all have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. St. Paul Collin. I do see we have a question from Representative Winkler. Representative Winkler?
Yes. Just so I'm certain, your testimony is that this bill should perhaps not move forward and that we should do a better bill next year. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah. Anecdotally, there's a conversation in the community. It's like, would you rather take $10,000 or talk to your mentor, have a week with your mentor? This is $10,000. Yeah, it'll pay some bills. Y'all get real thing. But there's no growth. There's no future. This is a very, I don't want to say short-sighted because I know there's a lot of love and information put it, but this is a short-sighted bill I've seen all week. There's a law in San Diego. There's one in New York. And this one seems to be the weakest one. Half of it's just a repeat of the Bill Emerson law. So yes, I think there's a puff bill that needs teeth. That's the only important part. And yeah, I hope I touched on your answer. Sorry, I was just.
No, that's fine. And do you understand, or could you tell us about, does food share handle milk and the problems with refrigeration?
Well, that's what the conversation about the infrastructure was. What this bill, like, it's kind of like comedically short. It doesn't say, it just says, hey, you guys could get food now. From what I remember, New York did, there was infrastructure that led up to it. There was like a 4 or 5 year plan. Like they gave money to food shares to build refrigerators, hire people to do this. So either way, so the infrastructure is building something, not just saying, all right, now you have access to it, because there's no change. The food bank will still have the same amount of thing, but if no one has any way to pick up food, deliver food, clean food, there's been no change. All it says on paper, yeah, there's been some change, but effectively there's been no change. So infrastructure is making the real change, a real commitment. Like someone mentioned before, 400,000 pounds of trash goes out of Connecticut right now. I think 22% is, sorry, the number was 5,200 or 520,000 tons of food go out before Mirror closed. I was on a conversation with CT Deep before, sometime a couple weeks ago. Numbers are supposed to double. I don't know specifically in regards to food, but I know like in general, the wide sweep thing is numbers are supposed to double. So even if it's not, there's tons of food, hundreds of that go out of Connecticut between $80 and $150 a ton being used to transfer to Ohio, Philly, and places like that, that could be used to keep it internally and build here. Sorry, once again, I ranted. I hope I answered your question.
All right. And FRO, that's a food rescue organization?
Yeah, once again, like FRO, it's just like I said, Citibank and Visa. Like they're two different they're same concept. Like one holds money, but you use a Visa to actually buy stuff. And they on the card it says both of them, but that's exactly what it is. Like food share, they hold it down. They have a bunch of stuff. They hold a lot of foods. It's the food rescue organizations that get them out. The CT Harvest or the Havens Harvests, the Grow Hartfords, the Hartford Mutual Aids, and just to add it in, like a lot of the conversation, I think there needs to be more conversation with stakeholders, because I've heard people say they talk to stakeholders, and I'm kind of in a lot of group chats with a lot of stakeholders, and this is the first time we heard anything. So I want to know, like, who are the stakeholders you're talking to? What conversations you're having? And yeah, once again, no conversation about us without us. The people who need it the most are, from what I'm seeing, is single Black women in Connecticut. They're the most affected by poverty and would receive most from this. And there's been one, and the one person who's Loris, she was the one who said that this doesn't work. So yeah, sorry, I just keep going off tangents, but I love you guys giving me the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I do have a question. You had talked about a task force. What would you recommend the task force study, and who would be included?
Well, as you like, I don't know if you've been on CT Deep Blast lately, but there's no information. In general, you can't, the numbers I reference are all stuff from 2016 to 18. Couple years back, there's a disease that hit COVID, it wrecked all of Connecticut or all the nation. Either way, like numbers have changed and there's no like relevant information. Everything we could talk about is from 2020, 2019. But the numbers we could see is that like CT Food Share says that I don't know, what is it? 1 in 4 kids are, it used to be 1 in 5 kids are hungry. Now it's 1 in 4 kids. It used to be like 1 in 8. Now it's 1 in 7. So there's numbers like that that are relevant, but numbers in regards to like how much food is specifically going out, how much percentage is, sorry, I don't even know where I'm going with this. Yeah, just give me an audit. Give an audit of all the information, because waste is not just coming from the restaurants, they're coming from everywhere. This is just start. That's what I was saying. I don't think this is big enough. This is just start. As someone who does food rescue, I know that every high school in Connecticut gives hundreds of pounds of food because I get them. Like, but that's a different conversation. Either way, yeah. Sorry. So yeah, the task force is there to get more details in regards to what a whole plan is. This seems like it was made in 3 days and just tossed their way. Like, it's effectively like I read all the bills, like I said, I've been doing for the last couple months, talked to Mike Siegel's crew. This is just a copy of another bill. It seems like it was copy and pasted with the as was, just the terminology change. I think there needs to be real conversation. Connecticut's 2 hours tall and an hour and a half wide. It's no reason that this should be this big of a conversation. All this transportation takes an hour and a half at most. And there's a lot of people, 1 in 4 kids, in fact, who are hungry, 1 in 7, with the numbers going up. And food pantries are struggling. Last NBC News had a thing last week. Pantries 140%. They're using 140% more money. So the burden is going totally to the people who are helping. And this would be helpful if done in an equitable way.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? If not, thank you very much, Mr. St. Paul Collins, for taking the time to testify. Have a great day. Okay, Mr. Clerk, next.
Okay, up next is Sophia Fernandez.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Ms. Fernandez. Thank you for testifying or coming before us to testify, and please proceed.
Sorry about that. Good morning, distinguished leaders and members of the General Law Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to give testimony in support of HB 5146, an act establishing a supermarket food donation program. My name is Sophia Fernandez. I am a resident of Greenwich. I am a junior in high school. I support creating this food donation program because as a student, I know we exert great amounts of energy every single day, learning, observing, and participating in our academics. And it is extremely difficult to pay attention and give 100% into our academics when we are not properly fed. Students who do not have the proper energy to fuel their bodies are not able to physically and mentally maintain their exhausting schedules. It's shameful for America that we throw away perfectly good food while kids go hungry. And when we do this, we just dispose perfectly good food in landfills where they decompose and create greenhouse gases. This is a lose-lose situation, and I hope the legislator will correct this. I would like to observe the discussion about mandates. Supermarkets are already putting the food on the loading dock in the back of the stores. The only issue is whether the food is picked up for a fee by a carting company and taken to a dump, or whether the food is picked up for free by a food recovery organization and is used to feed people. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope our bill leads addressing throwing good, nutritious food into dumpsters and landfills while people are hungry. I respectfully request the General Law Committee to pass HB 5146 out of committee. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you very much for coming before us to testify. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Up next is Jason Privilege.
Right.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
So, distinguished chairs, ranking members, and members of the General Law Committee. I am Jason Privilege, a practicing PA from Fairfield. I practice emergency medicine at St. Mary's Hospital in Waterbury, and I'm the Legislative Committee Chair for the Connecticut Academy of Physician Assistants. I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to offer this testimony in support of HB 5147 on behalf of the Connecticut Academy of PAs. As you're likely aware, PAs work across all specialties and practice settings. There are currently close to 4,000 licensed PAs in Connecticut. PAs evaluate patients, diagnose disease, formulate and implement treatment plans, including issuing prescriptions and performing procedures. PAs make such decisions autonomously every day while working in collaboration with physicians and the rest of the healthcare team. PAs are well educated and trained to do so in a model similar to that of medical students, with 3 academic years that includes not only the intensive didactic education, but also in excess of over 2,000 clinical hours. After graduation, PAs enter into practice, where their practice abilities are determined at the practice level. As PAs advance their careers, they are often the primary clinician that a patient will see in some specialties. They know their patients the best and form strong relationships with their regular long-term patients. PAs routinely diagnose the conditions listed within the medical cannabis program. The inability for PAs to certify conditions as eligible for the program creates a disparity in access to healthcare offered to our patients. This disparity may be amplified across socioeconomic, racial, and other marginalized groups, where PAs may be the most accessible avenue to care that the patient has. With recreational cannabis soon coming to Connecticut, there's the possibility of many patients dropping out of the medical program. We need to ensure ease of access to Connecticut's medical program, which has been a model for other states to follow. This bill will help accomplish that goal. When PAs are unable to certify such listed conditions, as we heard earlier from one of my colleagues, even after having been that primary clinician to have diagnosed the patient, it then means that patients are unable to obtain the treatment that they need in a timely fashion. The patients are then forced to make subsequent appointments, which may come with substantial wait time with providers who do not know the patient as intimately as the PA that routinely cares for them. Such appointments delay care, and this creates additional burden on the healthcare system and the patient, creating frustration and a lack of willingness to participate in care. This has proven especially true during this pandemic as it has raged on, as we have often seen access to care has become more difficult than usual for some patients. Inevitably, patients may then turn to cannabis obtained outside the medical program or to potentially other substances such as opioids. It would not surprise me if you were to hear or read testimony on the bill, which may imply this would be a change of PA scope of practice. This would not be true. There's no change in what PAs are doing every day. The conditions listed are ones that PAs already diagnose. The changes to be made to HB 5147 simply would allow those diagnoses to be certified by us, making patients eligible for the program. That is different than issuing prescriptions for therapeutics or performing procedures. The legislative process in the state calls for professions to have a scope of practice review, which convenes stakeholders to review and discuss scope changes. There was such a process convened for PAs just a few years ago pre-pandemic. We were told then by DPH that this will not be reviewed by them as it falls outside their agency and public health statutes. Further support includes noting that neither of the professions already listed in statutes to certify these conditions went through a scope of practice review to do so, and there's no additional education or training required for one to participate in the certification process. It should be further noted that PAs in our neighboring states already routinely certify conditions specified within their own regulations without issue. To be more specific, PAs can certify conditions for medical cannabis in New York, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Vermont, just to consider some of the more.
Mr. Privilege, just a heads up, you're past 3-minute markers, so you can start wrapping up, please.
Oh, I am all set. I would just ask that you please support HB 5147 just to ensure Connecticut's patients have access to the care they deserve. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much for your testimony. And Chairman D'Agostino, I believe you're going to take over this time.
Thank you, Chairman Maroney. Can everybody hear me? Good, great. Okay, Sam, who do we have next?
Up next is Andreas Garcia.
And there's Andreas.
Hi.
Hi, welcome. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on this bill. I come in support of Mr. Fort Collins' testimony and speaking to a fundamental lack of input from the community for programs and propositions that directly impact the community. I don't have much to add to the data that has already been provided, but as an organization that has acted as fiscal sponsor for a pantry in Bridgeport that has been directly impacting Bridgeport residents, where we've seen unprecedented need and inability to meet or rather coordinate, distribute resources to meet that need. I think we need to recognize that we are no longer operating in a similar time structure or resource playing field, for lack of a better term, than we were a couple years ago. COVID has fundamentally impacted our ability to operate at the local level, but nonetheless, we've been able to make do with a lot of the support that has come directly from the community, not necessarily through the typical corporate avenues that have been available to pantries beforehand. So it's fundamentally important that this bill be beefed up, that more input be sought from the community that it's meant to directly impact, and more support should be coming from our electeds and the governmental structures that allow for something like Bridgeport to exist, not just in Bridgeport, where there are a lot of food deserts and there is a substantial amount of nutrition insecurity, but across the state as well.
Great. Thank you. That's well said succinctly. Any questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I would just note, coming into everything late, thank you all for your patience. I had a court hearing this morning, but I've heard some of the comments on this, and I think I probably speak for most of the leadership of the committee when I say, you know, and I think people may not be familiar with this, but our process in Connecticut is sometimes it takes several legislative cycles for a bill to be fully matured, and oftentimes the best way to get things going is to put a concept out there and then hear the feedback, and that's what we're doing today. And no one's intending to rub anybody the wrong way when we put a concept out there. We're doing our best to move a conversation forward sometimes. So we appreciate the comments we've heard on both sides of this issue, and we'll take them into account.
Appreciate that. Thank you for the time.
All right. Seeing no questions, Sam, who do we have next?
Next is Nathan Tinker.
Hi, Nathan, we can see you.
Excellent.
And here you are on.
Fantastic. Good afternoon, Representative D'Agostino, Senator Maroney, Senator Fanfara, Representative Gibson, Senator Witkos, Representative Retigliano, go Trumbull Eagles, and members of the General Law Committee. My name is Nathan Tinker. I am CEO of the Connecticut Pharmacists Association and Secretary of the Academy of Medical Marijuana Dispensaries. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding HB 5147. The Academy of Medical Marijuana Dispensaries, as you probably know, is a specialized subgroup of the Connecticut Pharmacists Association, and together Connecticut's medical marijuana dispensaries serve the health and wellness of over 55,000 patients. The Academy welcomes the expansion of medical cannabis certifiers to include physician assistants, and we support the bill. We would suggest, though, that this bill also offers the opportunity to improve the current medical marijuana program by amending it to eliminate the application and annual administration fees currently levied on medical marijuana patients. Although medical marijuana is technically tax-free, these fees effectively and unfairly tax medical marijuana patients for access to their medication. No other medical treatment or therapy requires such fees, and the repeal is long overdue. With the launch of the adult use cannabis program, DCP has begun collecting application fees for the many license categories available therein. These fees alone will certainly offset any budget impact that eliminating the medical user fees might have. In my written testimony, I have provided some draft language. It is language that has been put forward in the past and has been generally accepted as useful. The issue has always been the fiscal note that goes with eliminating the fees. With that, I'd be happy to discuss this in more detail and take any questions you might have.
Questions from committee members? And seeing none, I'll thank you for your testimony on the issue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. Sam.
Up next is Molly Devaney.
Highland Park Market.
Good afternoon. My name is Molly Devaney. I'm here on behalf of my family business, Highland Park Market. We operate 3 stores in Hartford County. I also have the privilege to serve on the board of directors for Connecticut Food Share, and I teach a sustainable food system course at Manchester Community College. The Highland Park Market family continues to follow the leadership and values that we learned from our grandfather, Jack, and our father, Tim. If you have enough food on your table, it's your responsibility to feed the community who is hungry, anyone in the communities who's hungry. Over the past 2 years, this has become more and more prevalent, and in many cases challenging for both our stores and for both our community partners and pantries in the state of Connecticut. Many local food pantries were having a hard time getting proteins, getting fresh vegetables, and we were able to step up and help them get them for them. We had local members, maybe one on here, who picked up product and brought it to many different distribution points that we had. We not only supported them from getting them product, but we support them financially. Highland Parks practices a zero waste policy in our stores. Daily produce items get picked up or dropped off at local food pantries. Volunteers pick up bread daily from all of our store locations, and they pick up grocery items that are donated as well. Highland Park has an active participation in the Meet the Needs program. And I think this program, as Connecticut Food Share has transitioned into a statewide agency, I think there's going to be a lot more availability of product once we really get going. We're in the position now for Connecticut Food Share of working on our strategic plan. And as this continues to evolve and develop, I think we'll be able to get out to stores to talk about the Meet the Need program. The Meet the Need program takes items that are in our dairy, deli, and meat departments. It's sidewall items that may get tossed after a date. If it goes out of code, we're able to take them before the product goes out of code. And we take these items and we freeze them. And those get taken and picked up from Connecticut Food Share or local food pantries. So they're a frozen product that gets into the food pantries and gets distributed out to those in need. It's just a wonderful program that they do, and they've been doing it for years, and just getting the word out now is going to be wonderful. If the items are no longer able to be consumed by humans, we have a program that we use with local farmers and local the Lutz Children's Museum in Manchester. In our business, food safety, again, is the #1 priority. So when we're working with these organizations, we know that these organizations are vetted. They have gone through and instructed their volunteers to comply with the OSHA standards. We firmly believe in food safety, whether it's keeping out of refrigeration and getting it back in and getting it to the respectable pantry in time. We believe in trusted partners with Connecticut Food Share, as well as with our local food banks and food pantries that we're working with. In our business, again, we have volunteers that come in here and we really believe in them. Over the past 2 years, Connecticut Food Share has become a statewide agency, which I'm proud to have been partnering and working with Jason and the entire Connecticut Food Share team. I live and volunteer in Manchester. Over the last year, we needed more food distribution sites. We worked with our Department of Human Services in Manchester.
Excuse me, Mr. Vinny, just a heads up, you're at the 3-minute marker, so you can start wrapping up, please.
Okay. So just really quickly, Connecticut Food Share has been able to come in and provide additional mobile food sites for us. So I just think that I encourage other towns to reach out. If there's more mobile distribution that's needed in your town, Connecticut Food Share is there for you, and they will work directly with you. But just thank you again for taking the time to listen to us today. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the enthusiastic testimony. Senator Kissel, do you have a question?
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just at a North Central Connecticut Chamber breakfast, and someone had mentioned, Ms. Devaney, did you guys sell the Highland Park in Suffield recently?
Yes, we did. We sold our Highland Park to Suffield location.
Oh, our loss.
I know, sorry.
Well, I guess there's another grocer there that's doing
they're doing a great job, and he's very in tune with things. And, again, COVID has taught us a lot of things, and he's just done a fantastic job at taking over.
Well, thank you for your advocacy, and you're right. The food situation, I mean, we have Loaves and Fishes here in Enfield, we have Food Bank, and also up here in North Central Connecticut. You may have read this in a local paper that I forgot if it was Summers or Ellington, but there was a farm nearby where people could drop off their Christmas trees and the goats would eat them. So, nothing should go to waste up here in North Central Connecticut or throughout the whole state. So thank you for your advocacy.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you very much, Chairman D'Agostino. Thank you for coming here today. A few questions. So the Meet the Need program. Do you freeze on site and then the food share and varied distributors pick you up? Do you have dedicated space for that? How does that work?
Yep, everything gets disposed into buckets. So we have buckets that go into our freezer, and then we take those buckets, and they know they're the freezer, the frozen buckets for food share. So this is something that we do on a daily basis when they're checking the shelves for code dates. If it's something that's going out of code today, or if it's going out of code in the next few days, depending on if we have a load there, it's a weekend. We try to take everything we'll take it before it goes out of code. We'll take it, freeze it, put it into the bucket, and it goes down. Well, in our Manchester store, it goes down into our freezer in Manchester. And then we call Food Share when we're ready for a pickup, or we call another local food pantry. So if, it would be, Manchester, it's going to be Mac Charities if they're looking for proteins, and they had called us looking for proteins. And then Hockenham Valley is another partner pantry that we work with and helping them get stuff. So, if whoever has been reaching out asking, do you have any protein? I love it. So we work with those two organizations.
In effect, you have space to freeze on site until they can come and make the collection.
Yes. And, sometimes in cases we'll just take it and we'll transport it over to them, especially if they can't get a truck here in a couple of days. We try to take initiative to take it and deliver it, to try to be a good community partner in that sense.
So we've heard a lot about the cost of disposal in terms of, food waste versus the resourcing. Have you seen, obviously you've been doing this actively, you have a zero waste policy. I'm just interested in sort of running the numbers. If you had to dispose of this as opposed to resourcing it, redistributing it, do is there a savings to you? But not only, it's good morally and ethically, but in terms of your bottom line.
Bottom line, I don't have the exact numbers because we focus so much on who can use this and how can we get it there as soon as possible. I think that's probably something they see me coming around and they go, uh-oh, what is she going to take from us now? So I think it's constantly just being open to, listen, how can we do this better? And working together as an industry, how can we do this better and get it to the people that need it the most?
Because I think a compelling argument, particularly for people who are, in addition to other things, focused on the bottom line, is proving to them that this is actually going to be a money-saving proposition. And just as someone who in my day job runs a children's museum, I'm curious to hear more about your, your relationship with the Let's Children's Museum.
Yeah, sure. So that started years ago. My dad served on the board of directors and then I followed in his footsteps. And what we did was say, okay, well, we have this item that's molded. So we have a batch of raspberries, right? Highly perishable item. And raspberries are loved by certain animals. So we take, we would, get those, and they're obviously a valuable commodity to those in feeding the animals. So we would take those. We take kale that's starting to get turned over, where, sometimes the food pantries will take certain things and they're like, we just, we can't get rid of that. Nobody necessarily want certain things, but again, highly perishable items, when they're really on, if they have mold where they've come in, we get that out to the Let's Children's Museum. They have daily pickups that they do. The only day is that they're not open is Monday. So we have those Monday items that linger Sunday into Monday sometimes, but it's just been a great partnership for years.
You're feeding the critters.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thanks so much. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Chair D'Agostino.
Representative Acker, do you have your hand up earlier?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As always, appreciate it. Molly, great to see you here. Thank you for your commitment to the community. Sounds like the way we're doing this may be different. An education program, or maybe that outreach would be the real true approach to this. There is one section, the bill, overall, sections 2 and 3 I think are very, very helpful. Section 1 maybe a little bit more onerous in terms of a mandate that you have to do something. But obviously, there is a cost to get rid of stuff. And so I think that in terms of an education program or maybe an outreach program that we could do, share your story, that type of thing, and use that model and present that to a grocer rather than say you have to. And I think because you got a pretty good program there, and I obviously do a lot with the Highland, but in Coventry. I know it's not part of your organization, but your family has instilled the value of committing to the communities, and I think that's key. So your comments, maybe an educational approach rather than a mandate approach.
Yes, please.
Representative Acker, those are your questions.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think she answered it really quickly with a yes. I think take the educational approach, and we love short answers, and right. So, and I think that was just my input on it. I think that if we can reach out in a positive manner to grocers and hear the value of them to be committed to their local food shares and other organizations, food pantries, and do it that approach rather than say, hey, you got to do this, that type of thing. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And Molly, thank you for your time as always.
Thank you, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I represent the town of Vernon, the next town over. I love your store. I am appreciative and admire the fact that you haven't costed it out. You haven't costed out staff time. You haven't costed out travel. You haven't costed out the BTUs you need to freeze stuff. I actually love that. And if you ever do price it out and it turns out to be a slight loss, can I count on you to continue doing it?
You bet. It's the right thing to do for the community. I think the biggest thing is, again, I'm over at Hockenham Valley, every other week, giving them food because, they constant need for it over there, and whatever we can distribute to them, it's the right thing to do at the end of the day. And that's what our dad taught us. At the end of the day, it's the right thing to do.
And I've been to their food bank and it's extremely well used. And thank you for your donations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative. And I don't see any further questions for you. So thank you very much, Ms. Devaney, for testifying before us today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Up next is Donald Schubert. He's in now.
There you go.
There you are. Great. We can see you and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good afternoon, Chair DiAgostino, members of the committee. My name is Don Schubert. I'm the president of the Connecticut Construction Industries Association. I'm here today to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 121, an act concerning the Fair Right to Repair Act. At the Connecticut Construction Industry Association, we represent a large segment of the construction industry. And as you can only imagine, there's a tremendous amount of heavy machinery that's used and operated in a lot of different applications in our industry. And I'm testifying against this bill today because in our minds, this is a tremendous safety concern for us. Giving independent repair providers and owners the opportunity to tamper with, alter, modify equipment could lead to some very dangerous situations in construction, not only for the operator of the equipment, it could be dangerous for a repair person who's working on the equipment or anyone around the machine, like a backhoe or a crane. If that machine is tampered with, it just could create some just extremely dangerous situations. And at the same time, as equipment is resold in our industry, a lot of equipment is passed along and is around for a long, long time. We don't know. I don't know if we're going to have any way to tell if that equipment was ever tampered with during its use, or if any of the diagnostics were turned back or anything before that equipment was sold or sent to auction. So we're very concerned about the safety aspects of this bill. I just appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and I would be happy to answer any questions if I can.
See if there are any for you. Topic that has been covered or not, I know, so. And I don't, so thank you for your testimony, Mr. Schubert, and we'll take it under advisement.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be here.
Mr. Clerk.
Okay, up next is Therese Ike, but she just disappeared, so I'll be on the lookout for her next.
Yeah, we'll let her come back.
I'll let her in next. So after Therese, it was Dustin Barrington.
Okay. And there you are, Dustin. I can see you. And if you unmute, there you go. You're on. Terrific.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Dustin Brighton, and I represent the Repair Done Right Coalition. The Repair Done Right Coalition is made up of companies and organizations who care about ensuring that innovative products are repaired and maintained in an authorized manner. These companies assisted in connecting consumers, businesses, and governments through products designed to assist in improving the lives of those who use them. During the pandemic, products and services manufactured by these companies and organizations have been essential in ensuring commerce and personal relationships remain intact. The Repair Done Right Coalition is opposed to Senate Bill 121, which would mandate OEMs of digital electronic equipment or part of the equipment sold in Connecticut to provide independent repair providers with diagnostic and repair information, software tools, and parts, increases safety and cybersecurity risks for consumers and businesses while threatening Connecticut's innovation economy. OEMs currently offer consumers a wide range of safe and secure repair options through their authorized repair networks. Most consumer technology products are comprised of complex electronics, which do require specialized training and sophisticated test instruments to repair safely. Some types of repairs can be extremely detailed, complicated, and dangerous to anyone without the proper training. It is particularly important that products containing high-energy lithium-ion batteries are repaired only by trained professionals who understand and can mitigate the hazards associated with those batteries. Manufacturers want to ensure their products are serviced by professionals who understand the intricacies of their products and have spent time procuring the knowledge necessary to repair them safely. Consumers, businesses of all sizes, public schools, hospitals, banks, and industrial manufacturers all need reasonable assurance that those they trust to repair their connected products will do so safely, securely, and correctly. More than 21 state legislatures have already reviewed similar legislation. No bills have passed. The states have come to the determination that legislating repair rules for manufacturers created more issues for consumers than answers. Our members are committed to working to promote digital privacy security while resisting unwarranted intervention in the marketplace with mandates that compromise consumer safety and protection. Senate Bill 121 does not help Connecticut citizens, in our opinion. In fact, it could end up harming them. Thank you for your consideration and allowing us to provide you with this testimony.
All right, thank you. I do not see any questions for you, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sam, did Therese come back?
She has not yet, so we can move on next to, I'm sorry. Douglas Hanson.
Great. All right, Mr. Hanson, I can see you and I think I can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for the General Law Committee for allowing me to testify. You've heard the last couple of folks regarding Senate Bill 121 opposing it, and I also oppose it. They have very well identified the safety, EPA, and other factors as far as why. One thing I wanted to just bring up beyond my written testimony is that we are a construction equipment dealer. We're a John Deere dealer. We have factory trained expert mechanics doing the maintenance and service for this equipment. And we have no desire to be able to modify the manufacturer's equipment or code. We want to leave that up to the manufacturer. We do not feel that it is, our place to do that and change the safety and operational considerations of the machine. So I just wanted to bring that out, that a dealer does not want that capability. So thank you very much. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you for that additional perspective. Not seeing any additional questions for you, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sam.
Up next is Paul Roberts.
Hey there, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Great. My name is Paul Roberts, and I am the founder of SecureRepairs.org. We are a group of more than 200 of the country's top information security professionals who support the right to repair. And not surprisingly, I am here to speak very enthusiastically in favor of Senate Bill 121 and to urge this committee to pass it out of committee and allow a vote on a full vote on the bill. I founded Secure Repairs more than 3 years ago to counter what at the time was rampant and unhinged testimony by technology and electronics industry lobbyists that somehow giving owners of electronic devices the information and tools needed to make repairs to those devices and prolong their useful lives somehow constituted a dire cybersecurity risk to our country. Needless to say, it doesn't. In fact, the arguments against right to repair in Connecticut in this hearing and in other states where I've testified amount to a river of bad faith and cynical arguments that are carefully curated by and large, lobbyists and PR flacks or business owners like John Deere dealership owners who have a vested interest in the status quo. And that status quo is a gated, consolidated, monopolized industry for repair characterized by high prices, long waits for service, and a lack of consumer choice. Like some of the other speakers, I also am very concerned about attempts to manipulate the market for service and repair in Connecticut, in particular efforts not by small independent repair shop ownerships, but by multi-billion-dollar corporations like Apple Computer and John Deere. Needless to say, I think Connecticut consumers have much more to fear from those entities than from a small business owner in your communities who might want to start a business to support his or her family doing repairs of home appliances or home electronics. And I ask you to keep those constituents in mind and not the very affluent corporations who are here arguing against this bill. Rather than kind of bend your ear about cybersecurity, which frankly hasn't come up much in this hearing, let me just say that the source of cybersecurity risk in connected devices comes not from service and repair. No hacker looks at a schematic diagram or a diagnostic code to figure out how to hack a phone or a connected refrigerator. What they do is take advantage of poorly designed software, vulnerabilities in that software that are exploitable, or poorly configured products that the manufacturer is allowed to be deployed on home networks like routers or webcams that are insecure by default. So they have easy to guess passwords or ports that are open that hackers can compromise. This has nothing to do with repair. This is a problem that the manufacturers have created and is not related to the repair issue. I'd also finally just ask you all to think about your automobiles. Right now, as an automobile owner, you have a choice. You can take your automobile back to the dealership to be fixed, or you can take it to an independent garage to be fixed, or you can go to AutoZone and buy a part and fix it in your own driveway. Right to repair laws ask for that same right, just with a broader category of products. Home appliances, home electronics, even equipment that you might use on your farm or on
Excuse me, Mr. Roberts, just heads up, you're at the 3-minute marker, so you can start wrapping up, please.
I sure will. That right that you have as an auto owner only exists because your neighbors in Massachusetts in 2012 passed an automobile right to repair law that the auto industry subsequently signed a memorandum of understanding to recognize nationally. That's why you can go to AutoZone and buy your own oil filter and put it in your car. That's why you can bring it to the corner garage and get your car serviced there. And my guess is you've all done that and you've been happy with the results. Why not allow consumers in Connecticut to have that right for any device that they own? It's their property. They have a right to fix it in the way that they see fit, fix it themselves or find an independent repair person to fix it. And that's what this bill is about. And I urge you to pass it. It will be a tremendous asset to small business owners and to families in the state, greatly lowering the cost of ownership of all kinds of devices. It will disappoint very affluent corporations.
Mr. Roberts, I really need you to start wrapping up now. Thank you.
I am done, and I'd be happy to answer your questions.
I think we got the gist of your testimony. And you submitted some written testimony too, which is obviously.
I will submit written testimony as well. And I'd be happy to answer your questions, including about cybersecurity, if you have questions about that.
Yeah, no, it's a good perspective to have. See if there's any questions for you. I do not see any. I mean, I will just note.
Looks like I convinced you. I'm glad.
I think we all, the members of this committee are very familiar with the pushback from industry on
I know you are.
matters like this. But again, these are pretty weighty issues, and we need to hear from all sides. So I appreciate you giving your perspective as well. Other questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Thank you. Sam.
Okay, so there was a previous testifier who missed her number, and she's in now. So her name is Lisa Mccabe, and I'm letting her in now.
Terrific. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to testify now. My name is Lisa Mccabe, and I am here on behalf of CTIA, the Trade Association for the Wireless Communications Industry, in opposition to Senate Bill 121. The marketplace already provides a wide range of consumer choice for electronic product repair without the mandates imposed by this legislation. For example, manufacturers have relationships with authorized repair providers. These providers, which include local and small businesses, have received the appropriate training from manufacturers to help ensure that repairs are done properly and safely. In addition to authorized repair providers, manufacturers may offer walk-in repair options at retail, as well as mail-in services. Insurance providers also offer repair options for consumers, including an authorized third-party technician who will travel to a consumer to perform a repair. Consumers can use independent repair providers today, although manufacturers cannot guarantee the quality assurance of independent repair providers. Manufacturers have expanded repair options for consumers, from growing the number of authorized repair providers to increasing access to tools, parts, and manuals directly to consumers. To further address repair in the marketplace, CTIA launched 2 programs, one for repair technicians and one for retailers. And these programs educate and test wireless repair technicians on industry recognized standards. We're concerned that this bill would have the unintended consequence of eliminating the need for repairers to demonstrate to consumers that they have the technical competence to perform safe, secure, and reliable repairs. Consumers expect and rely on the safety and security of their electronic products, and this bill is an unnecessary intervention in the marketplace, and the bill's mandates could cause safety, privacy, and security risks that compromise consumer safety and protection. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. McKay. Appreciate you testifying. Mr. Clerk.
Okay, up next is Joseph Testa.
Perfect. There we go. There's Joe, and just unmute. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Chair D'Agostino, Chair Maroney, thank you very much. Members of the committee, thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Joe Testa with American Express. I will be very brief. I'm speaking to only one bill, and indeed one section of one bill before the committee today, and that is Section 3 of Raised Bill 5150, which was submitted by the Department of Consumer Protection relating to payment card surcharges, those which might be levied based on the consumer's choice of payment method. In brief, American Express supports the language that DCP put forward. I think earlier this morning, excuse me, earlier in the day, you heard from Commissioner Siegel speaking about this section. We agree that the language is prudent, narrowly crafted to avoid unintended consequences. We believe it's equitable. We believe it's pro-consumer, and we support the department's language in Section 3 of Raised Bill 5150. I will yield for any questions if there are any.
succinctly stated. Mr. Testa, let's see if there's any questions. Seeing none, I know you've engaged with DCP on this, so I want to thank you for that. And I do not see any questions for you, so thank you. Sam, next, please.
Up next is Lori Martin.
Hi, good afternoon.
You're good. Thank you, Lori.
Okay. I'm Lori Martin, the Executive Director of Havens Harvest, an environmental nonprofit. I'm here in support of the concept of HB 5146. Havens Harvest mission is to let no good food go to waste. And as an environmental nonprofit, we look at excess food as an environmental issue. So we know that the negative environmental consequences of food waste affect the same folks that experience food insecurity. And these consequences affect communities of color disproportionately, especially in Connecticut. Although we recover thousands of pounds of food every day, we don't think that we'll solve food insecurity with recovered food. We think we'll solve food insecurity with strong social policies that provide affordable housing, thriving wages, and Medicare for all. Just that differentiates us as, although we provide basic needs, that's not our mission. So as a food recovery organization, we focus on recovering perishable and prepared food. And this is the most difficult food to deal with, but it also is often the most nutritious and delicious food. And what makes it hard is because of the short life on it and the safe food handling practices that we need to keep the food safe to get it to folks to eat. So we use a hyper-local and direct delivery system to move the food the shortest distances possible. And this is the difference between, which has come up before, the difference between food banking and food recovery organizations. So we provide transportation and great community connections to lots of organizations around the greater New Haven area. We don't bank food. I mean, we occasionally do, but that's not our primary mission. And Connecticut Food Share does the food banking, so we don't need to, replicate their work. So as it may happen, or at least the obstacles to food recovery are often a lack of relationships in the community for food donors. We hear this time and again. We work with all the universities in town, and in Hampden and West Haven, and even stores. They have tried to call nonprofits to see if they could donate their food, but sometimes it's the timing or the type of food or the transportation for the food, and so that food just simply can't be donated. So I also want to, on the other side, is to commend the grocery stores for their work around food donations. They do good work here in the state with Food Share, Havens Harvest, and other food recovery organizations. And there are great stories and great models on the larger national chains. I mean, Trader Joe's is an excellent model, and it sounds like Molly Devaney's store is a great local model. And I think it really, I hope what the bill can do is encourage good corporate sustainability culture where, everyone in the store feels the same way and feels compelled to do something good with the food. As she said, like, do the best for the food. We find that the employees at Trader Joe's are always happy to see us and are glad to hear where the food is going and who it helps. It's also those employees are the ones who are always tossing the food, and they don't want to toss the food. They would rather be doing something good with the food. So I hope that this bill will be a lift and not a weight in the end. But I think mandating is important until, that other piece comes in. So what we notice, though, is that there's still good food that can be donated. We see the embedded energy in the produced food, and we need to capture as much of that energy as possible. So developing a food waste audit would be useful. And I had started that conversation with Connecticut Deep a couple of
Excuse me, Ms. Martin, just a heads up at the 3-minute marker.
Okay. And I just found out yesterday that person is now retired. So we support the concept of it, but we do think the additional language, including food rescue organizations, to be added to the language. And also I think infrastructure is really an important piece for, coolant and cold storage and transportation, and also green jobs to make the mandate possible.
Give me a little bit more about that audit issue. You were just mentioning what was that discussion you were having with the.
So what we had discussed with Connecticut DEP was sort of like the deeper look at what food is still getting thrown away at the grocery stores. I think Molly Devaney seems like she's really got a good handle on it. I mean, there's still like milk, at its sell-by date that can still be donated. Dairy products with their sell-by date, the deli foods that have their sell-by date but are still good for a day or two. And as a food recovery organization, we have the flexibility to move the food directly to places, daycare centers, schools, subsidized housing, other nonprofits, mutual aid groups, like the community refriges that got mentioned earlier. So we have the capability to move that food and still put it to good use, so it doesn't go to waste. So that
what was the feedback you were getting from Deep? Was that something that they could do, or?
Well, the conversation was like, what will that food waste audit look like? I mean, we had just had 2 conversations about it. It was just to review sort of like every area, mostly it's the perishable area, what is still donatable.
Great. Representative Winkler, I think you have a question.
Yes, you said hyper local. Is it that you can handle things like milk while the statewide food bank can't? Because for you, it's just like a trip home from the grocery store?
I'll say that's a 2-part answer. I mean, it's hyper local in that we don't move food far. So we ask our volunteers, we use an app, and we try to keep the runs in 20 to 30 minutes. And so hyper local in that we don't need to move food down a couple of towns. We there are always hungry mouths and organizations that could use the food. We are able to do stuff with the sell-by date, like the milk, for instance, and we do get it actually from some of the national chains. Starbucks is one, and because we can get that right into people's hands, within an hour or two of the calls, we can get that into good use. Now, when we're talking about pallets and pallets of milk, I know that Jason mentioned on a call last week, they even don't have the capacity for all of that. And so that's part of the infrastructure that we really need to have more areas of coolers,
There you are.
Anyway, the capacity for storing food, even for a short time, just to hold it, to move it, is necessary. So that infrastructure is important.
So the infrastructure you're talking about is a statewide network of refrigeration units?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
In places that are easily accessible?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Other questions? All right, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Martin.
Thank you.
And Sam.
Okay, up next is Joe Dirty.
All right, Mr. Doherty, I can see and hear you, I think.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Joe Doherty. I am the Chief Legal and Legislative Officer for the Self-Storage Association. We represent self-storage owners and operators nationally and also in Connecticut. Connecticut has 426 storage locations in the state. I'm sure there's probably one in every one of your districts. I'm testifying today to request that the committee amend HB 5148, an act concerning the legislative commissioner's recommendations for technical and other changes to the consumer protection and related related statutes, to include technical amendments and additional consumer protections in the Connecticut self-storage law, which starts at section 42-159 of the Connecticut General Statutes. By way of brief background, 49 states, including Connecticut, have a law that addresses the rare circumstances where self-storage tenants abandon their property and stop paying their rent. Over the last 15 to 20 years, nearly all states have amended their laws to account for modern practices and consumer protections. Connecticut's law was originally passed in 1981, and although it's been amended a few times since then, it doesn't contain certain technical and other consumer protections that many other states have adopted. We respectfully request that the committee consider the following technical amendments and consumer protections, and I will be brief here. First, allowing sales to be conducted online. Nationally, our data show that approximately 70% of sales occur online. This technical amendment requires only only the addition of 2 words to the statute. Second, enhancing the methods of notifying tenants by allowing owners to send notice by what is called U.S. mail with certificate of mailing instead of just certified mail or registered mail. Unlike certified mail, this method forwards to a new address if that's on file with the Postal Service. This is especially important for the nearly 50% of storage tenants who are in transition. This important consumer protection has been adopted in 46 other states. Next, expanding the methods of advertising sales to potential bidders. Presently, when trying to reach bidders, storage owners must advertise sales in the newspaper. This technical amendment would allow for, but not mandate, alternative methods of advertising that bring at least 3 independent bidders to the sale. A majority of states have adopted similar changes. Second to last, providing the option for storage owners to work with insured towing companies to dispose of abandoned vehicles. When a vehicle is abandoned at a self-storage facility, the storage owner must follow a complex process for disposing of that vehicle. This technical amendment does not change that disposal process or the existing consumer protections, but provides the option to work with a business more experienced in the disposing of those abandoned vehicles. And then finally, requiring additional disclosures in the rental agreement regarding late fees and the value of property that may be stored. These consumer protections are common in most other states and ensure that tenants understand what they are agreeing to. Following this hearing, I can provide our proposed amendments to the committee. Thank you for your consideration of my testimony, and I welcome any questions. Thank you.
If you could send the suggested language, that'd be great. I had a question on the notice, the newspaper notice issue. I'm not quite following the additional 3 bidder proposal. It seems a little bit post hoc. You know, if you don't get the 3 additional bidders, you can't go, I guess you wouldn't go through with the sale. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. If you did not get the 3 bidders, you would either need to renotice that sale and do it again until you had the 3 bidders. What I will say is that in conjunction with the online auctions, it would be an extremely rare circumstance where an owner did not get 3 independent bidders. That is all tracked on these online auction websites. They're very similar to eBay, and they just allow you to say, okay, here's how much the bid is, here's who made the bid, here's how many people viewed it, et cetera.
I don't know if it's necessarily the bid issue that concerns me, but the notice. I mean, I think the idea here is you want to have notice out there that you're going to conduct the sale because the owner hasn't claimed their property in whatever the statutory time period is that lets you do that. And I certainly agree that print notice is no longer a modern, no longer necessarily the right way to do things. So why not just amend it to allow online notice in a publication that's available to residents of the area or something like that?
So, Mr. Chairman, the way the statute works now is that there is direct notice that goes to the tenant when they are in default, and we believe that direct notice is the best way to communicate. If there's a desire to enhance that direct notice, we'd certainly be open to that. But kind of the indirect notice, whether that's through a print publication of a newspaper or an electronic publication of a newspaper, in our experience, just really isn't an effective way to reach people. There are other methods to reach them directly, whether that's through an alternative contact or some other form of direct notice, that are much more likely to reach that person than the small print and newspaper.
The indirect notice is there as sort of a final check because I mean the whole what sets this all in motion is somebody doesn't claim their property for 20 years and you want to auction it off. So the direct notice presumably has failed completely in that circumstance, and you're going ahead with a sale. So the question is just how should you advertise that sale? And I agree that print notice in the newspaper is probably no longer the most effective way to do that. I'm just trying to understand what the best way would be for that indirect.
Mr. Chairman, what we've seen in other states that's the most effective way to do that, and that drives up the amount that is obtained from those bids and then decreases the debt that's owed, are these online auction websites that specialize in these type of sales.
Yeah, I mean, that's notice to the potential buyers. It's not necessarily sort of that last ditch notice to the person who's abandoned the property. I mean, I guess the point is, I mean, they've abandoned it. It's probably very, very, very unlikely that somebody who's failed to respond to direct notices is suddenly going to show up and say, I saw the ad for my property and I don't want you to sell it anymore. But I guess that's the issue I'm sort of trying to weigh, which is the last ditch notice to the owner versus the advertising of the sale to drive up the bids.
And what I would say to that, Mr. Chairman, is that if there's a desire for last ditch notice to the renter, the better way to do that is to communicate with somebody they've identified, which is, in practice, what happens now. It's not putting it in a newspaper where nobody's probably likely to read it.
Okay. All right, we'll send your language. We'll take a look at it. Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, wait, I see another question from Representative Retigliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, your questions got me to think of a question. I wanted to follow up. So you're saying that when you put a notice in the newspaper, you're really trying to find the person. It's sort of a notice to the person. You're not announcing the sale of the property. What do you deem the reason you put it in the newspaper?
Representative, the reason for putting it in the newspaper is to attract bidders to come to the auction. It's not to communicate with the tenant. That's already been achieved through direct notice to that tenant, and in many cases, phone, email, text, letters, and these people just, in most cases, they simply just don't want to be found.
So our statute, I don't mean to interrupt, our statute forces you to put a notice in the newspaper announcing the sale, or do we think was another way for you to contact the owner? Or don't we force you to do it in the first place? I thought we forced you to put an announcement in the newspaper.
Well, Representative, yes. In fact, it's 2 announcements in the newspaper that need to be put out in consecutive weeks. And again, our view is that the purpose of that newspaper advertisement is to communicate with potential bidders, and this is just no longer the best way to do that. If there's a desire to communicate more frequently with the renter, then there are better ways to do that than through a newspaper advertisement. But it's our view that that's not even the purpose of the advertisement.
So I'll turn it back over to Mr. Chairman, because I think he was asking you, the way I interpreted his question to you was, I think he thought the newspaper was the last ditch effort to find the owner.
I'm assuming that was the legislative purpose back in '81, and hence doing it twice and that sort of thing. I think regardless of its purpose, I generally agree that the print ad is probably no longer the right vehicle, but we just want to, when we look at the statute, I think we want to make sure that there's the protections there for the renter who's, again, there's going to be multiple steps before the sale is made, obviously. And then also the secondary, or the case of Mr. Doherty's advocacy here, the primary, from his perspective, purpose of the sale notification is then to actually, attract people to bid on it, because as he mentioned, those proceeds also go to pay off whatever unpaid rent is owed. So there's probably a dual purpose there, but I'm certain that part of it was a notice issue. But so we'll look at it. Yeah,
it's an interesting discussion, because I would tend to agree if the gentleman had said that it was really its intended purpose was a notice to the owner, I would say, well, you're absolutely right. What's a better way to do it? Like, give me a suggestion, and I'm sort of open to it, because I think it's an ineffective way to let the person know that their property's been abandoned and they need to come get it or pay their bill. So I guess I'll leave it at that. I didn't mean to extend the conversation, although I do find it interesting.
If we're going to look at it, I think it's one of these things that comes before our committee. I'm glad it has. We have a number of these statutes that just haven't been updated in 40 years. We just did the one last year on the gas bills, where we were still requiring carbon copies, like literal carbon copies of the bill, to oil customers. So I think we'll look at the statute, and we'll take your proposed language under advisement, and then the committee will see what they want to do with it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Gibson, did you have your hand up? I'm sorry, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, how you doing? Just
Yeah,
real quick.
one more question.
Yeah, just real quick. Mr. Darty, so basically this is, you're asking to make it easier to auction off the goods. Usually, how long is the period between the end of the contract, or how long is it between you guys decide when you're going to do the auction?
Representative Gibson, it kind of varies from facility to facility. I would say it's typically been at least 3 months before they sell your property. And in most cases, they have communicated far more than is even required by statute, because this is kind of the last thing that they want to do. This is truly the last ditch to try to get somebody either pay their debt or frankly just come and clear your stuff out and wipe the slate clean. We've seen a lot of those offers, I think, kind of accelerated even over the last few years. And most of the people who end up having their property sold, it's because they simply, to use a modern term, ghost the storage facility and just, they take out what they want and leave the rest for the storage facility to act as their dumpster.
Thank you, Mr. Darty. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Darty. Appreciate the perspective on this. We'll look forward to getting that language.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, you have next.
Up next is Nathan Proctor. No, wait, no, Therese Eke is now in, so I'm gonna let her in first.
Great, thank you.
Hi, can you all see me and hear me?
You are on, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, General Law Committee. I'm here to speak in favor of HB 5146. I agree with so many things that so many people said. This is just the starting point. Too often we spend all our time fishing people out of the water when they're drowning, and we don't ask why people are falling in the first place. We have a lot of very large organizations that handle food. They do a great job, but there's a lot of people in the grassroots, a lot of boots on the ground, people who are not getting the food they need. I live in Milford. We have the very successful Purple Pantry boxes. There's Wheat in West Haven, Haven's Harvest, Food to Kids. There are so many people in need of food, but we need to look at why is that? I think this is a great start. We definitely need to have a task force. And I think the issue of things being mandated, especially in regards to large supermarkets, is a bit of a red herring. I know my husband's a business owner. He has 3 businesses. What he most wants in business is civic responsibility, and he needs clarity, and he needs standardization. And if we have a standard way of dealing with food from supermarkets, that's going to help everybody. So I ran Wheat for 20 years. And I volunteered all in for Milford and at the Purple Pantry boxes. So if anybody has any questions, happy to answer them.
Terrific, thank you. Let me see if there are any. I don't see any. Thank you for hanging in there with us and coming back to us. We're sorry.
Okay, yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry, I had to leave for a bit. All right, thanks so much.
Thank you. Sam.
Okay, next is Nathan Proctor. There we go.
All right. Sorry, my computer took a minute there. Yeah, thank you so much, chairs, members of the committee, for having me here today. I'm a native son of Guilford, Connecticut, so I'm excited to get to testify here for SB 121 concerning the right to repair. Currently, I'm based out of Boston, but I've been running the national campaigns on the right to repair for the PIRG network, which includes ConPIRG, since 2017. As such, I've heard all the opposition arguments that are being made today. For example, claims like, giving access to parts and service documents would turn refrigerators or tractors into, the Terminator, essentially. This bill requires access to parts, manuals, and repair tools, without which it is very difficult and impractical to repair many products. I agree with the comments that a couple of lawmakers made that emphasize that these repairs are already happening, right? Like, we are not creating independent repair for the first time in history with this bill. But manufacturers are increasingly refusing to cooperate with repair outside their control. And they do that to control all this service revenue connected to repairs, and to control the product life cycle. I also find it very fitting that we're talking about food rescue today and food efficiency, right? Despite the fact that millions of people live without access to, secure access to food, we throw away billions of pounds of food, right? Despite the fact that 25% of Connecticut residents do not have access to a device that can connect to the internet, and therefore probably would struggle to participate in a hearing like this, the state also throws out some 4,200 cell phones every single day, right? It is trivial technologically to lock the parts in a device in a way that makes repair impossible without some kind of software tool or proprietary code. And we see this with iPhone screens and batteries, with sensors in your John Deere tractor, even in appliance parts. If your part has any software on it and you refuse to sell it, then the people who are seeking to replace that part will be out of luck. Our bill is based on the right to repair for cars. This has been in effect since 2014. Those rules haven't killed dealerships or have any, there's no exploding cars out there because people fix them at independent mechanics. This model works. I did want to comment on two arguments specifically made by the manufacturers. One is the AdvaMed lobbyist made a pretty scary sounding point about an FDA report from 2018, which cites a comprehensive study of 2.1 million medical device failures. It would probably surprise you that the conclusion of the report reads, and I quote, "We do not believe that a safety problem exists with the servicing, maintenance, and repair of medical devices by either third-party organizations or original manufacturers." The negative examples rose not from repair, but actually from a separate process called remanufacturing, which is separate and not covered by this bill. There's also comments about modification and tampering. This bill does not require tools that allow you to change equipment. They're just about restoring equipment to the exact manufacturer specifications. And I have this on authority from dealers I've talked to.
You're at the 3-minute marker, so you might want to consider wrapping up, please.
Great. Yeah, I would just want to say there's repair problems in all these industries. Anything we can do to make it easier to have an open market for repair is better. And I would love to continue that conversation.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today from Boston, even though you're a Connecticut native. Questions? Representative Winkler.
Just one question. The right to repair for automobiles, was the primary part of that making sure that all the ports spoke the same that people plug into for diagnostics?
Yeah, that is one aspect, obviously, that's specific to that reform, but it was not the only part of that agreement. That required that the same information and software tools available to dealers would be available to independent mechanics. So basically, you know how it used to come, you buy a car and there'd be like that huge service manual in the glove box. They don't do that anymore. It's all online now. And then what they did as soon as they put it online was they're like, oh, we'll have it on a secure web page. Now you need a password. Oh, now you need to pay for a password. Nope, now you can't pay any amount of money at all. Only our dealers have the manuals. And so basically that is one of the impacts of the right to repair law is you as an independent mechanic can sign up and get access to the repair information so that when someone drives a car into your garage, you know exactly what you're doing and what you need to do to fix that car.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for the answers. Further questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll thank you for your testimony, Mr. Proctor.
Okay. Up next is Sakia Jakubin.
Good morning, distinguished leaders and members of the General Law Committee Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity to give testimony in support of HB 5146, an act establishing a supermarket food donation program. My name is Saskia Jacobson. I became interested in helping this bill move forward because as a student, I understand the impact food has in fueling your performance at school. Thus, there is a large portion of students whose futures are being impacted due to a lack of proper nutrition that could be prevented by eliminating this waste of food. I hope this bill will encourage more donations due to the fact that supermarkets will be relieved of liability. I find it upsetting that there are children who are being malnourished when there's this viable source of food that is being put to unnecessary waste. Additionally, I worry about the environmental impact that will continue if this source of waste is not eliminated. Particularly, I worry about the landfills that are gaining 16 million pounds of unnecessary waste and the use of fossil fuels involved in this process of eliminating the still edible food. Thank you for your time. I hope our bill helps address throwing good, nutritious food into the landfills while people are hungry. I respectfully request the General Law Committee to pass HB 5146 out of committee. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, and seeing no questions for you, I'll thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank
Sam?
you.
Okay. Up next is Daniel Carson Sr.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Carson, and I'm speaking in opposition to Senate Bill 121. I serve as the Corporate Sales Director for United Construction and Forestry, but today I'm speaking on behalf of our sister company, United Ag and Turf. Our dealerships represent John Deere agricultural and turf products throughout all of Connecticut, and we strive to bring customers value in all we do. While John Deere equipment has become more sophisticated, Deere supports the customer's right to repair and has built advanced diagnostic capabilities into equipment that are available to the owner, dealers, or even state legislators like you. John Deere provides subscription access to Customer Service Advisor. This is a specialized diagnostic tool similar to the tools we use as dealers to support our customers. Customer Service Advisors allows the equipment owner to do not 50, not 60, but 95% of the repairs we do at a dealership. Right now, end users have access to onboard diagnostic tools via in-cab display or wireless interface, electronic diagnostic tools that Deere dealers provide training on how to use both. Right to repair is complicated, yet an important issue. We believe the best solutions can be achieved when all parties talk together and allow the marketplace to shape the most appropriate solutions. The best solutions will not come via legislative mandates. In fact, across the United States, attempts to pass similar legislation have been defeated every time. We strongly oppose right to repair legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Up next is Allison Wagner.
We have her?
Oh, yep. I don't know what happened. Letting her in now.
Thank you. Want to try for the next person and we'll come back to her?
Yeah, sure. Oh, no, she's in.
Nope, there we go. Great. Terrific.
Hello.
Hello, Miss. Is that Miss Wagner?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. That she's my girlfriend. She's my partner. She's unavailable at the moment, so I'm speaking. We're basically saying the same thing. So my name's Eric Karanko. Allison Wagner. We're both founding members of Bridgeport Mutual Aid. We've done, the same organization that Bridgeport is part of. We are about food insecurity during the whole pandemic. We have been delivering to people's homes, people who are unable to make it to pantries, immunocompromised, elderly, etc. We're about to do another delivery today here in a few moments. So, forgive me, I'm driving to go make that happen right now. So I'm similar to Mr. St. Fort Collins before and others. I support the premise of the bill, what it's trying to achieve, but I would like to see it actually have some teeth and provide real support for organizations on the ground. So that would include, maybe help with distribution systems, maybe like local food storage units or something like a community fridge, like we have Bridgeport, a place where we can take the food directly from the stores to a community fridge where people in the neighborhood can access it immediately. So I would like to see, this is a great idea. Yeah, I recognize that, we need to, mandate these supermarkets to not waste their food. These supermarket chains have made, tons of profit throughout this pandemic. Right? The parent company of Stop and Shop, I'm sure everyone here has shopped at Stop and Shop. Their parent company in 2021 handed out, an extra $2 billion to shareholders over the $9 billion they handed out the year before. And that's in the middle of a pandemic. So these people are making plenty of money, keeping everyone fed. And so if they're going to be in the business of feeding people, we need to make sure that their business is actually feeding people and not wasting food. So mandating the supermarkets, I think, is essential to whatever law ends up getting passed. But yes, the infrastructure needed, if we mandate all this, right, if the law goes forward as passed, the thing that I fear is supermarkets and business owners getting frustrated with this new mandate, but local organizations not have the ability to take all the food that they would like to and use it because of just physical limitations, material limitations on storage, transportation, etc. Right? I know for a fact there's the manpower and the enthusiasm out there to get this stuff done. Like we have no problem finding volunteers to deliver food to people's homes. People want to solve these problems. We just need to make sure that the infrastructure is in place so that they are actually able to solve these problems and make their work matter. So I support the spirit of the bill. Bridgeport Mutual Aid supports the spirit of the bill. We like where people, their motivations for this, but this needs to be more concrete. These problems are real and they're not going to be solved by one short law. This needs to be a well thought out program that we're instituting. If we're going to make businesses adhere to these new rules, we need to make sure that we are making the most of that. So that way there's not a business backlash saying that, oh, look, here's the government interfering and it just,
excuse me, sir, your past
muddled
3-minute marker. You can start wrapping up, please.
All right, thank you. So I just think we owe this law, we owe this push, we owe it to Connecticut to do this in a way that will be most effective and will ensure that this does not create problems that undermine food security going forward. Thank you very much.
Can you spell your name for us, please?
Yes, E-R-I-K, and my last name Karanko, K-U-R-A-N-K-O.
Terrific. We've got Ms. Wagner on the screen, so.
Gotcha.
Give her our regards as well, and thank you for testifying.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah.
See no questions or comments. Sam, who do we have next?
Up next is Wayne Peace.
Wayne Pesh from
Pesh.
Ooh.
There you are, Wayne.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Are you calling me?
Hello.
You're on, Wayne. Senator Austin, you can make sure you're muted.
Okay, good afternoon to the committee chairs and the distinguished members of the General Law Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on House Bill 5146. Before I begin, I'd like to thank Representative Anthony D'Amelio for his many years of service on this committee, as well as his service to the state of Connecticut. Citizens in the 71st District, which include my hometown of Middlebury, had a dedicated elected official in their corner for over 2 decades. We'll miss his voice in the legislature and wish Representative D'Amelio good fortune in his retirement from public service. The Connecticut Food Association is a trade association that represents the full spectrum of retail food industry, including chain grocery stores, independent grocers, food manufacturers, food suppliers. We welcome the opportunity to address such an important topic that really makes a difference in the lives of our state's most valuable citizens. While much is being done to ensure that families have access to food, more can always be accomplished, and our industry has worked relentlessly to replenish and restock shelves while ensuring the cleanliness of our stores and safety of frontline associates. Amid keeping things moving, the need of all of our customers and partners remains a top priority. Today, every reputable food retailer in the state of Connecticut contributes a significant amount of resources to local communities by way of food donations and direct financial support of local civic groups. A more equitable allocation of these charitable resources seems to be the heart of this discussion. And with that in mind, I would just ask you to consider the following. Each individual retailer has their own unique food donation program in place today. And those partnerships include hundreds of local supermarkets supporting more than twice that amount of local nonprofits already existing in this space. Maintaining the cold chain has been talked a lot about earlier and today, and it's ultimately the food safety of the donated products is an important consideration in this discussion. Our relationship with Connecticut Food Share and the Feeding America affiliates has never been stronger or better aligned. However, we do recognize that getting local charitable organizations more access is the goal of the sponsors. And food retailers are open to working with all approved non-entities to improve their understanding of our process and donation policy and close those gaps. So really, I just wanted to comment on the bill. We support anything that helps move this forward and anything that we can do to lean in to help, help build those relationships that need to be built. Because to me, certainly what I've heard today is there's some relationships that aren't established that may need to be. There's some funding that probably needs to be allocated for cold equipment to some of these hyper local food donation programs. And we can certainly be sharing some best practices internally. We heard from Highland Park, and I've talked to a lot of our members over the last week or so about this issue, and there's a lot of good things happening that we can share those best practices and get better. So that's it for me. I really would appreciate, if anybody has any thoughts or questions, we're certainly all ears.
Thank you. I know Representative Tigliano has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Wayne. How are you?
Hi, Dave.
Good. For the record, you may live in Middlebury, but your hometown is Waterbury. So let's be clear. in this particular bill, although well-intentioned, there are some mandates that force participation by supermarkets. I just didn't know if you had an opinion on that or if you wanted to comment on that part, just that aspect of the bill. I'm not questioning whether or not this is a good idea or we should be helping people or the supermarkets aren't helping people.
I think that I've heard a lot of really good things that are happening around food insecurity in the state, and that there are a lot of gaps specifically as you get local. I generally don't believe that, telling people where to donate their food or how to donate their food is the best way to go about that. But I also believe that from our position as a state trade association for food retailers, that we're going to do whatever we can to help close gaps that are identified. So, we don't come here opposing or supporting a bill as much as we're here to say we're here and we want to be part of this discussion and figure out ways that we can help get better and serve more citizens. So the answer to your question is no.
Okay.
But again, I don't want to go directly there without saying our willingness is about really trying to figure out.
No, I completely understand. I don't think anybody questions your willingness to sort of help people or really to get rid of the product that you can't use anymore. I don't know, for myself, and I've heard from your association on other issues, it's the mandate aspect of it sometimes gets a little complicated. And I'm hoping that you have some suggestions to navigate through that and allow us to still pass the bill.
I think as long as the relationships are developed, to me, what I've heard here today is that there's some real gaps in hyper local infrastructure that needs to be addressed. A lot of these places don't seem to have the equipment that they need to store cold product, which is critically important, critical part of this conversation. So I'm not sure that exists today. I'm not sure that from our perspective, we can't do a better job with sharing best practices and making sure that we've checked all the boxes on that first step in the food chain, right? So first thing we want to do is sell product. And then the next thing that should happen is that product, if it's edible, should be donated before it goes to livestock, which is the next step. And then before it goes to an anaerobic digester or the last place it's going to a landfill, but this is not a landfill discussion, it's food donation. So look, section 1 is problematic. Sections 2 and 3 are not, and we're certainly willing to talk about section 1.
I appreciate it. Good to see you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne. And I assume if we converted this or we made some part of this a study, that you and your organization would be willing to sit on whatever board we put together or group we put together to come up with recommendations, agreed upon.
I think we could add a lot of value to that conversation because we have a 5,000-foot view of what many are doing. And so, yes, I do believe that would be helpful.
Great. All right, seeing no further questions for you, I'll note for the record that your choice of background filter was not lost on me.
Thank you.
Literally just read my mind.
Well, thank you for that as well. Thank you for your testimony, Sam.
All right, up next is Matthew Lenz.
Hi there, can you hear me?
You are all set, yes, thank you.
Thank you, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Matt Lenz with the Entertainment Software Association. I'm here today respectfully to oppose SB 121, which seeks to create a right to repair mandate. ESA is the trade association representing companies that publish computer and video games for PCs, mobile devices, and video game consoles. The makers of all 3 major console systems, Microsoft, Nintendo, and Sony, are ESA members. People who play video games represent a diverse cross-section of the United States, spanning every gender, age, and ethnicity. Not only do 75% of all U.S. households have at least one gamer at home, our industry has an economic footprint that touches every state. If you couldn't tell from my background, I'm one of those 227 million Americans who play video games. During these 3 minutes, I wanted to take a moment to just touch on a few issues that have come up and people have spoken about. One was Senator Kessel had mentioned that these repairs already seem to be happening and what the problem is with them. From the video game industry's perspective, I will say that there's nothing stopping you from taking your console to get repaired for most repairs that you would need. You can take your local, you can go down to your local independent repair shop if your fan is maybe clogged with dust, or you have a plug that's loose. What independent repair shops can't access is what we call technological protection measures, or TPMs. And those TPMs are put there to protect the creative works and prevent illegal and unauthorized device modifications that could result in the ability to play pirated games. The game experience of players is diminished and sometimes dramatically if these TPMs are disabled, and any number of illegal copied games from the internet could be played on the console without these TPMs. Piracy is of particular concern to our smaller game publishers, as they may be acutely affected by mass infringement and its impact on their livelihoods. And just to illustrate how real of an example this is, just under 2 weeks ago, a gentleman by the name of Gary Bowser was sentenced to 4 years in prison for developing and selling modification chips to bypass TPMs. The U.S. Attorney's Office estimated that it cost video game companies over $60 million in lost revenue. So this is a really real problem to our members. And we believe a right to repair mandate could create an even higher risk so that more Gary Bowsers are present selling these modification chips to bypass the TPMs that we would have to make available under this legislation. I also wanted to, in my final few seconds here, touch on a comment about the FTC report called Nix the Fix, which had some basically said that the right to repair situation in the United States needs to be further examined. I want to note that inside that report, both Commissioner Wilson and Phillips both noted that manufacturers' IP rights may serve as a justification to restrict some repairs, and that a full discussion of interplay between IP and repair is beyond the scope of the report. In closing, ESA respectfully asks this committee to vote no on this right to repair mandate. I'm happy to take any questions.
And I do not see any for you, so thank you for your testimony.
Okay. And lastly is Margaret Goldberg.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
You are good.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you and in support of House Bill number 5146. My name is Margaret G. Goldberg, and I'm the Executive Director of Neighbor to Neighbor in Greenwich. I'm also a member of the Greenwich Food Policy Council. We are the sole food pantry in Greenwich, and we currently provide food assistance to approximately 500 Greenwich households each week. This past fiscal year, from July 1st, 2020 to 6/30/2021, we served over 1,825 individuals each week, and we provided food for just close to 690,000 meals. 8.8% of our Greenwich residents face food insecurity, and almost a third of our residents are just one family illness or missed paycheck away from financial catastrophe. I do want to clarify one point before I go any further: the actual definition of food bank vis-a-vis a food pantry, so that we're clear, we get a sense of what the network is in place. A food bank is a warehouse or distribution center where food is solicited, received, inventoried, and distributed to local pantries and food kitchens. A pantry is a charity that distributes food and grocery products directly to those in need, essentially that last mile of delivery. Currently, we receive approximately 25 to 30% of our food inventory from Connecticut Food Share, 25% from food donations and drives, and the remaining balance of 45 to 50% is purchased directly by Neighbor via our network of food suppliers. In previous years, ratios would have been closer to 1/3 across the board. At the onset of COVID, systems simply collapsed as there was no prescribed or organized system in place for distribution. Brian Hurlburt, the Connecticut Commissioner of Agriculture, was appointed by the governor in late April 2020 to review and restore our broken network of food systems. With Jacob Jakubowski's leadership in the merger of Connecticut Food Bank and Connecticut Food Share last January 2021, confidence in the food bank was reestablished, and safe food strategies are now in place to connect and distribute food to the network of affiliated pantries and agencies. The aftermath and stress from COVID will remain for some time to come. This crisis is not over. With the current inflation rate at 7.5%, food budgets continue to rise, and we currently spend more than double of our food expense pre-COVID. The House Bill number 5146 to establish a more deliberate and prescribed supermarket donation program would be of tremendous support to the food bank. And within the proposed legislation, if you could please include the network of food pantries and other definitions that provide food assistance to our most vulnerable citizens. To have increased access to a ready supply of edible and available food inventory with no new costs to supermarkets, no anticipated added government enforcement costs, and a reduction in food waste would be a perfect win-win situation. I hope and anticipate that your committee will recommend the bill to the General Assembly for passage. Thank you for your time, and I certainly would be happy to address any questions you might have.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just am interested because I think a lot of people don't associate the affluent town of Greenwich with food needs and those that are living paycheck to paycheck. And I'm wondering if there's a particular section of Greenwich or if it's a sort of like scattered throughout your town. And again, that's sort of, I'd like to think that I'm broad-minded enough to know that a stereotype like that is inappropriate and wrong. But I also think that it's good to sort of reaffirm that food needs are rampant everywhere in our state, and that we need to be sensitive to this and creative in how we utilize our resources. So I'm just wondering if you could expand on that a little bit.
Very good, and I appreciate you taking the time to express that. I believe, especially with this pandemic, typical stereotypes were just shattered. We realize now that these are our own neighbors that have lost their jobs, that they may have gotten overextended due to job difficulties. Health issues were paramount. You have individuals now that are making very deep choices between a health consideration, paying their rent, or paying for food, which gets fed first. These are very extreme circumstances, and we're still dealing with all of that back end, that sludge now from COVID, because we're not out of this situation right now. So, any way to put in a more deliberate, prescribed system of distribution, I think would be very helpful, because then we're better prepared the next time the system gets stressed. We were in collapse. I can't emphasize that enough when we first got hit with COVID.
Okay. And my second question, Mr. Chair, is a previous speaker had indicated that part of the bill that we have before us is already the law, and that there's another portion that seems to be a mandate. And there was a question about taking the mandate out. Is it your opinion that it's okay before us as it is, or that perhaps it needs tweaking or a little bit of modification, but it still would be good to move forward with it?
Mm-hmm. I think that you have a solid, good start. I recommended to Kimberly that we include the words of pantries and other affiliated organizations for food distribution, not just a limitation to the food bank, because we know that that is the mothership, which does not carry for the last mile of distribution. I think the consideration is that, and due to COVID, a lot of companies are looking at a proper ESG model. How is it that people want to continue doing business in a meaningful way that provides impact not only to the end user, but also to employees? And this calls for good leadership. I don't think that a mandate is a harsh word. I think it just provides a stronger prescription of what people are already doing. We already have wonderful, strong relationships, but I think it just becomes a little bit more deliberate, which would be very helpful.
Well, thank you for all you do for people in need, and I really appreciate you taking the time to come and testify. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Representative Winkler. Thank you, Senator.
Yes, you mentioned food pantries. Most of this hearing, we've been hearing about food recovery organizations. Are they different?
In my sense, I think food recovery sort of defines something like a food rescue. A food pantry is pretty much self-defined. And, recovery just seems to be what would be in the food stream already, and just keeping it in for salvation purposes or salvage purposes. I think that there is a slight distinction, just as there would be, by a defined soup kitchen. I mean, that hasn't come up either, but that also deals with a different discipline of distribution as well.
So would food recovery operations be in the other organizations that you were suggesting be added to the bill?
Yes. Yes,
Thank
absolutely.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. And we would all fall under that umbrella of that last mile of delivery. And that's the critical element right here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Representative, we have one other testifier who came in last minute. We skipped him before, but it's Alan Schaefer. I'm gonna let him in now to testify.
Sure, thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you very much for accommodating the schedule challenge there, and I won't belabor the point. Mr. Chairman, members of the General Law Committee, thank you again. My name is Alan Schaefer. I'm Executive Director of the Diesel Technology Forum. We're based just outside of Washington, D.C. in Frederick, Maryland, and I'm here today in opposition of Senate Bill 121. We represent diesel engine and equipment manufacturers, fuel suppliers, and manufacturers of emissions control equipment. And I think that, to summarize our statement, we really feel like this is an activity that will make Connecticut's air dirtier, not cleaner, and also risks running afoul of the Clean Air Act. In 2020, I think Connecticut was in violation of the ozone standard 42 days that year. And this practice, if it is enabled through this legislation, would effectively allow those that want to repair their machines and equipment the opportunity to potentially modify engine emissions controls and technology like the selective catalytic reduction system. And these are highly concerned about tampering. EPA has a huge tampering enforcement program, and messing around with these emissions control systems to make the vehicle or the tractor or the machine think that it doesn't have a certain diesel exhaust fluid in the tank during operation when it's supposed to is kind of a typical thing that's been found. EPA in 2020 released a substantial report on tampering, found that over 550,000 diesel pickup trucks nationwide over the last 10 years had been tampered with. Tampering can be as simple as taking off the exhaust system in the muffler area, or it can be what we're focused on here, which is to reprogram the engine computer to deliver better performance, or in some cases, excessive smoke on demand even. So obviously this is not something this industry is in favor of. And I would encourage this committee, if you haven't already, to solicit a official determination from the Connecticut Department of the Environment as to whether or not the provisions contained here would in fact run afoul of the Clean Air Act. And given the propensity for folks to make changes to emissions control systems that's known from EPA, we know it happens. It's in trucks, vehicles, equipment. This practice would take us the wrong way on clean air as well as safety. So we would strongly encourage your opposition to Senate Bill 121. Thank you very much for the opportunity today.
Thank you. Representative Winkler.
I apologize. That was up from a previous question.
Okay, no worries, no worries. See no further questions or comments. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Sam.
Okay, and that concludes the list of testifiers.
Is there anybody else in the waiting room who wants to testify?
No.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam. I think this went well. Thank you, members, for hanging in there for the day. Appreciate you all being there. And look for notice from Sam for our next public hearing. I think we're targeting Tuesday as well of next week, so stay tuned for that. Any questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, thank you all today. Appreciate it. Good job, Sam.
Thank you.